The panoptic schema, without disappearing as such or losing any of its properties, was destined to spread throughout the social body. Its vocation was to become a generalized function. The plague-stricken town provided an exceptional disciplinary model, perfect, but absolutely violent, to the disease that brought death. Power opposed its perpetual threat of death. Life inside it was reduced to its simplest expression. It was, against the power of death, the meticulous exercise of the right of the sword. The panopticon, on the other hand, has a role of amplification. Although it arranges power, although it is intended to make it more economic and more effective, it does so not for power itself, nor for the immediate salvation of a threatened society. Its aim is to strengthen the social forces, to increase production, to develop the economy, spread education, raise the level of public morality, to increase and multiply. How is power to be strengthened in such a way that, far from impeding progress, far from weighing upon it with its rules and regulations, it actually facilitates such progress? What intensificator of power will be able at the same time to be a multiplicator of production? How will power, by increasing its forces, be able to increase those of society instead of confiscating them or impeding them? The panopticon's solution to this problem is that the productive increase of power can be assured only if, on the one hand, it can be exercised continuously in the very foundations of society, in the subtlest possible way, and if, on the other hand, it functions outside these sudden, violent, discontinuous forms that are bound up with the exercise of sovereignty. The body of the king, with its strange material and physical presence, with the force that he himself deploys or transmits to some few others, is at the opposite extreme of this new physics of power represented by panopticism. The domain of panopticism is, on the contrary, that whole lower region, that region of irregular bodies, with their details, their multiple movements, their heterogeneous forces, their spatial relations. What are required are mechanisms that analyze distributions, gaps, series, combinations, and which use instruments that render visible, record, differentiate and compare, a physics of a relational and multiple power, which has its maximum intensity not in the person of the king, but in the bodies that can be individualized by these relations. At the theoretical level, Bentham defines another way of analyzing the social body and the power relations that traverse it. In terms of practice, he defines a procedure of subordination of bodies and forces that must increase the utility of power while practicing the economy of the prince. Panopticism is the general principle of a new political anatomy whose object and end are not the relations of sovereignty but the relations of discipline. The celebrated, transparent, circular cage, with its high tower, powerful and knowing, may have been for Bentham a project of a perfect disciplinary institution, but he also set out to show how one may unlock the disciplines and get them to function in a diffused, multiple, polyvalent way throughout the whole social body. These disciplines, which the classical age had elaborated in specific, relatively enclosed places, barracks, schools, workshops, and whose total implementation had been imagined only at the limited and temporary scale of a plague-stricken town, Bentham dreamt of transforming into a network of mechanisms that would be everywhere and always alert, running through society without interruption in space or in time. The panoptic arrangement provides the formula for this generalization. It programs, at the level of an elementary and easily transferable mechanism, the basic functioning of a society penetrated through and through with disciplinary mechanisms. There are two images, then, of discipline. At one extreme, the discipline blockade, the enclosed institution, established on the edges of society, turned inwards towards negative functions, arresting evil, breaking communications, suspending time. At the other extreme, with panopticism, is the discipline mechanism, a functional mechanism that must improve the exercise of power by making it lighter, more rapid, more effective, a design of subtle coercion for a society to come. The movement from one project to the other, from a schema of exceptional discipline to one of a generalized surveillance, rests on a historical transformation, the gradual extension of the mechanisms of discipline throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, their spread throughout the whole social body, the formation of what might be called in general the disciplinary society. A whole disciplinary generalization, the Benthamite physics of power represents an acknowledgement of this, had operated throughout the classical age. The spread of disciplinary institutions, whose network was beginning to cover an ever larger surface and occupying above all a less and less marginal position, testifies to this. What was an islet, a privileged place, a circumstantial measure, or a singular model, became a general formula. The regulations characteristic of the Protestant and pious armies of William of Orange or of Gustavus Adolphus were transformed into regulations for all the armies of Europe, the model colleges of the Jesuits, or the schools of Betancourt or Demia, following the example set by Sturm, provided the outlines for the general forms of educational discipline. The ordering of the naval and military hospitals provided the model for the entire reorganization of hospitals in the 18th century. But this extension of the disciplinary institutions was no doubt only the most visible aspect of various, more profound processes. 1. The functional inversion of the disciplines. At first, they were expected to neutralize dangers, to fix useless or disturbed populations, to avoid the inconveniences of over-large assemblies. Now they were being asked to play a positive role, for they were becoming able to do so, to increase the possible utility of individuals. Military discipline is no longer a mere means of preventing looting, desertion or failure to obey orders among the troops. It has become a basic technique to enable the army to exist, not as an assembled crowd, but as a unity that derives from this very unity an increase in its forces. Discipline increases the skill of each individual, coordinates these skills, accelerates movements, increases firepower, broadens the fronts of attack without reducing their vigor, increases the capacity for resistance, etc. The discipline of the workshop, while remaining a way of enforcing respect for the regulations and authorities, of preventing thefts or losses, tends to increase aptitudes, speeds, output, and therefore profits. It still exerts a moral influence over behavior, but more and more it treats actions in terms of their results, introduces bodies into a machinery, forces into an economy. When, in the 17th century, the provincial schools or the Christian elementary schools were founded, the justifications given for them were above all negative. Those poor who were unable to bring up their children left them in ignorance of their obligations, given the difficulties they have in earning a living, and themselves having been badly brought up, they are unable to communicate a sound upbringing that they themselves never had. This involves three major inconveniences: ignorance of God, idleness, and the formation of those gangs of beggars, always ready to stir up public disorder and virtually to exhaust the funds of the Hôtel Dieu. Now, at the beginning of the Revolution, the end laid down for primary education was to be, among other things, to fortify, to develop the body, to prepare the child for a future in some mechanical work, to give him an observant eye, a sure hand and prompt habits. The disciplines function increasingly as techniques for making useful individuals. Hence their emergence from a marginal position on the confines of society, and detachment from the forms of exclusion or expiation, confinement or retreat. Hence the slow loosening of their kinship with religious regularities and enclosures. Hence also their rooting in the most important, most central, and most productive sectors of society. They become attached to some of the great essential functions: factory production, the transmission of knowledge, the diffusion of aptitudes and skills, the war machine. Hence, too, the double tendency one sees developing throughout the 18th century to increase the number of disciplinary institutions and to discipline the existing apparatuses. 2. The swarming of disciplinary mechanisms. While, on the one hand, the disciplinary establishments increase, their mechanisms have a certain tendency to become deinstitutionalized, to emerge from the closed fortresses in which they once functioned and to circulate in a free state. The massive, compact disciplines are broken down into flexible methods of control, which may be transferred and adapted. Sometimes the closed apparatuses add to their internal and specific function a role of external surveillance, developing around themselves a whole margin of lateral controls. Thus the Christian school must not simply train docile children, it must also make it possible to supervise the parents, to gain information as to their way of life, their resources, their piety, their morals. The school tends to constitute minute social observatories that penetrate even to the adults and exercise regular supervision over them. The bad behavior of the child, or his absence, is a legitimate pretext, according to Demia, for one to go and question the neighbors, especially if there is any reason to believe that the family will not tell the truth. One can then go and question the parents themselves, to find out whether they know their catechism and the prayers, whether they are determined to root out the vices of their children, how many beds there are in the house and what the sleeping arrangements are. The visit may end with the giving of alms, the present of a religious picture, or the provision of additional beds. Similarly, the hospital is increasingly conceived of as a base for the medical observation of the population outside. After the burning down of the Hotel Dieu in 1772, there were several demands that the large buildings, so heavy and so disordered, should be replaced by a series of smaller hospitals. Their function would be to take in the sick of the quarter, but also to gather information, to be alert to any endemic or epidemic phenomena, to open dispensaries, to give advice to the inhabitants, and to keep the authorities informed of the sanitary state of the region. 5. One also sees the spread of disciplinary procedures, not in the form of enclosed institutions, but as centers of observation disseminated throughout society. Religious groups and charity organizations had long played this role of disciplining the population. From the Counter-Reformation to the philanthropy of the July monarchy, initiatives of this type continued to increase. Their aims were religious, economic, or political. One has only to cite by way of example the regulations for the charity associations in the Paris parishes. The territory to be covered was divided into quarters and cantons, and the members of the associations divided themselves up along the same lines. These members had to visit their respective areas regularly. They will strive to eradicate places of ill repute, tobacco shops, life classes, gaming house, public scandals, blasphemy, impiety, and any other disorders that may come to their knowledge. They will also have to make individual visits to the poor, and the information to be obtained is laid down in regulations: the stability of the lodging, knowledge of prayers, attendance at the sacraments, knowledge of a trade, morality. Lastly, one must learn by skillful questioning in what way they behave at home. Whether there is peace between them and their neighbors, whether they are careful to bring up their children in the fear of God, whether they do not have their older children of different sexes sleeping together and with them, whether they do not allow licentiousness and cajolery in their families, especially in their older daughters. If one has any doubts as to whether they are married, one must ask to see their marriage certificate. 6. 3. The state control of the mechanisms of discipline. In England, it was private religious groups that carried out, for a long time, the functions of social discipline. In France, although a part of this role remained in the hands of parish guilds or charity associations, another, and no doubt the most important part, was very soon taken over by the police apparatus. The organization of a centralized police had long been regarded, even by contemporaries, as the most direct expression of royal absolutism. The sovereign had wished to have his own magistrate to whom he might directly entrust his orders, his commissions, intentions, and who was entrusted with the execution of orders and orders under the king's private seal. In effect, in taking over a number of pre-existing functions, the search for criminals, urban surveillance, economic and political supervision, the police magistratures and the magistrature general that presided over them in Paris transposed them into a single, strict, administrative machine. All the radiations of force and information that spread from the circumference culminate in the magistrate general. It is he who operates all the wheels that together produce order and harmony. The effects of his administration cannot be better compared than to the movement of the celestial bodies. But, although the police as an institution were certainly organized in the form of a state apparatus, and although this was certainly linked directly to the center of political sovereignty, the type of power that it exercises, the mechanisms it operates and the elements to which it applies them are specific. It is an apparatus that must be coextensive with the entire social body, and not only by the extreme limits that it embraces, but by the minuteness of the details it is concerned with. Police power must bear over everything. It is not, however, the totality of the state nor of the kingdom as visible and invisible body of the monarch. It is the dust of events, actions, behavior, opinions, everything that happens. 7. The police are concerned with those things of every moment, those unimportant things, of which Catherine II spoke in her great instruction. With the police, one is in the indefinite world of a supervision that seeks ideally to reach the most elementary particle, the most passing phenomenon of the social body. The ministry of the magistrates and police officers is of the greatest importance. The objects that it embraces are in a sense definite, one may perceive them only by a sufficiently detailed examination, the infinitely small of political power. And, in order to be exercised, this power had to be given the instrument of permanent, exhaustive, omnipresent surveillance, capable of making all visible, as long as it could itself remain invisible. It had to be like a faceless gaze that transformed the whole social body into a field of perception, thousands of eyes posted everywhere, mobile attentions ever on the alert, a long, hierarchized network which, according to Le Maire, comprised for Paris the 48 commissaires, the 20 inspecteurs, then the observers, who were paid regularly, the bases mouches, or secret agents, who were paid by the day, then the informers, paid according to the job done, and finally the prostitutes. And this unceasing observation had to be accumulated in a series of reports and registers. Throughout the 18th century, an immense police text increasingly covered society by means of a complex documentary organization. And, unlike the methods of judicial or administrative writing, what was registered in this way were forms of behavior, attitudes, possibilities, suspicions, a permanent account of individuals' behavior. Now, it should be noted that, although this police supervision was entirely in the hands of the king, it did not function in a single direction. It was in fact a double-entry system. It had to correspond, by manipulating the machinery of justice, to the immediate wishes of the king, but it was also capable of responding to solicitations from below, the celebrated lettres de cachet, or orders under the king's private seal, which were long the symbol of arbitrary royal rule and which brought detention into disrepute on political grounds, were in fact demanded by families, masters, local notables, neighbors, parish priests, and their function was to punish by confinement a whole infrapenally, that of disorder, agitation, disobedience, bad conduct, those things that Ledoux wanted to exclude from his architecturally perfect city and which he called offences of non-surveillance. In short, the 18th century police added a disciplinary function to its role as the auxiliary of justice in the pursuit of criminals and as an instrument for the political supervision of plots, opposition movements or revolts. It was a complex function since it linked the absolute power of the monarch to the lowest levels of power disseminated in society, since, between these different, enclosed institutions of discipline, it extended an intermediary network, acting where they could not intervene, disciplining the non-disciplinary spaces, but it filled in the gaps, linked them together, guaranteed with its armed force an interstitial discipline and a metadiscipline. By means of a wise police, the sovereign accustoms the people to order and obedience. The organization of the police apparatus in the 18th century sanctioned a generalization of the disciplines that became coextensive with the state itself. Although it was linked in the most explicit way with everything in the royal power that exceeded the exercise of regular justice, it is understandable why the police offered such slight resistance to the rearrangement of the judicial power, and why it has not ceased to impose its prerogatives upon it, with ever-increasing weight, right up to the present day. This is no doubt because it is the secular arm of the judiciary, but it is also because, to a far greater degree than the judicial institution, it is identified, by reason of its extent and mechanisms, with a society of the disciplinary type. Yet it would be wrong to believe that the disciplinary functions were confiscated and absorbed once and for all by a state apparatus. Discipline may be identified neither with an institution nor with an apparatus, it is a type of power, a modality for its exercise, comprising a whole set of instruments, techniques, procedures, levels of application, targets. It is a physics or an anatomy of power, a technology. And it may be taken over either by specialized institutions, or by institutions that use it as an essential instrument for a particular end, or by pre-existing authorities that find in it a means of reinforcing or reorganizing their internal mechanisms of power, or by apparatuses that have made discipline their principle of internal functioning, or finally by state apparatuses whose major, if not exclusive, function is to assure that discipline reigns over society as a whole. On the whole, therefore, one can speak of the formation of a disciplinary society in this movement that stretches from the enclosed disciplines, a sort of social quarantine, to an indefinitely generalizable mechanism of panopticism. Not because the disciplinary modality of power has replaced all the others, but because it has infiltrated the others, sometimes undermining them, but serving as an intermediary between them, linking them together, extending them and above all making it possible to bring the effects of power to the most minute and distant elements. It assures an infinitesimal distribution of the power relations. A few years after Bentham, Julius gave the society its birth certificate. Speaking of the panoptic principle, he said that there was much more there than architectural ingenuity, it was an event in the history of the human mind. In appearance, it is merely the solution of a technical problem, but, through it, a whole type of society emerges. Antiquity had been a civilization of spectacle. To render accessible to a multitude of men the inspection of a small number of objects, this was the problem to which the architecture of temples, theaters, and circuses responded. With spectacle, there was a predominance of public life, the intensity of festivals, sensual proximity. In these rituals in which blood flowed, society found new vigor and formed for a moment a single great body. The modern age poses the opposite problem, to procure for a small number, or even for a single individual, the instantaneous view of a great multitude. In a society in which the principal elements are no longer the community and public life, but, on the one hand, private individuals and, on the other, the state, relations can be regulated only in a form that is the exact reverse of the spectacle. It was to the modern age, to the ever-growing influence of the state, to its ever more profound intervention in all the details and all the relations of social life, that was reserved the task of increasing and perfecting its guarantees, by using and directing towards that great aim the building and distribution of buildings intended to observe a great multitude of men at the same time. Julius saw as a fulfilled historical process that which Bentham had described as a technical program. Our society is one not of spectacle, but of surveillance. Under the surface of images, one invests bodies in depth. Behind the great abstraction of exchange, there continues the meticulous, concrete training of useful forces. The circuits of communication are the supports of an accumulation and a centralization of knowledge. The play of signs defines the anchorages of power. It is not that the beautiful totality of the individual is amputated, repressed, altered by our social order, it is rather that the individual is carefully fabricated in it, according to a whole technique of forces and bodies. We are much less Greeks than we believe. We are neither in the amphitheater, nor on the stage, but in the panoptic machine, invested by its effects of power, which we bring to ourselves since we are part of its mechanism. The importance, in historical mythology, of the Napoleonic character probably derives from the fact that it is at the point of junction of the monarchical, ritual exercise of sovereignty and the hierarchical, permanent exercise of indefinite discipline. He is the individual who looms over everything with a single gaze which no detail, however minute, can escape. You may consider that no part of the empire is without surveillance, no crime, no offense, no contravention that remains unpunished, and that the eye of the genius who can enlighten all embraces the whole of this vast machine, without, however, the slightest detail escaping his attention. At the moment of its full blossoming, the disciplinary society still assumes with the emperor the old aspect of the power of spectacle. As a monarch who is at one and the same time a usurper of the ancient throne and the organizer of the new state, he combined into a single symbolic, ultimate figure the whole of the long process by which the pomp of sovereignty, the necessarily spectacular manifestations of power, were extinguished one by one in the daily exercise of surveillance, in a panopticism in which the vigilance of intersecting gazes was soon to render useless both the eagle and the sun. The formation of the disciplinary society is connected with a number of broad historical processes, economic, juridico-political and, lastly, scientific, of which it forms part. One, generally speaking, it might be said that the disciplines are techniques for assuring the ordering of human multiplicities. It is true that there is nothing exceptional or even characteristic in this. Every system of power is presented with the same problem. But the peculiarity of the disciplines is that they try to define in relation to the multiplicities a tactics of power that fulfills three criteria: firstly, to obtain the exercise of power at the lowest possible cost; secondly, to bring the effects of this social power to their maximum intensity and to extend them as far as possible, without either failure or interval; thirdly, to link this economic growth of power with the output of the apparatuses within which it is exercised, in short, to increase both the docility and the utility of all the elements of the system. This triple objective of the disciplines corresponds to a well-known historical conjuncture. One aspect of this conjuncture was the large demographic thrust of the 18th century, an increase in the floating population, a change of quantitative scale in the groups to be supervised or manipulated. The other aspect of the conjuncture was the growth in the apparatus of production, which was becoming more and more extended and complex. It was also becoming more costly and its profitability had to be increased. The development of the disciplinary methods corresponded to these two processes, or rather, no doubt, to the new need to adjust their correlation. Neither the residual forms of feudal power nor the structures of the administrative monarchy, nor the local mechanisms of supervision, nor the unstable, tangled mass they all formed together could carry out this role. They were hindered from doing so by the irregular and inadequate extension of their network, by their often conflicting functioning, but above all by the costly nature of the power that was exercised in them. It was costly in several senses, because directly it cost a great deal to the treasury, because the system of corrupt offices and farmed-out taxes weighed indirectly, but very heavily, on the population, because the resistance it encountered forced it into a cycle of perpetual reinforcement, because it proceeded essentially by levying. The development of the disciplines marks the appearance of elementary techniques belonging to a quite different economy, mechanisms of power which, instead of proceeding by deduction, are integrated into the productive efficiency of the apparatuses from within, into the growth of this efficiency and into the use of what it produces. For the old principle of levying violence, which governed the economy of power, the disciplines substitute the principle of mildness production profit. These are the techniques that make it possible to adjust the multiplicity of men and the multiplication of the apparatuses of production. In this task of adjustment, discipline had to solve a number of problems for which the old economy of power was not sufficiently equipped. It could reduce the inefficiency of mass phenomena, reduce what, in a multiplicity, makes it much less manageable than a unity, reduce what is opposed to the use of each of its elements and of their sum, reduce everything that may counter the advantages of number. That is why discipline fixes, it arrests or regulates movements, it clears up confusion, it dissipates compact groupings of individuals wandering about the country in unpredictable ways, it establishes calculated distributions. It must also master all the forces that are formed from the very constitution of an organized multiplicity. It must neutralize the effects of counterpower that spring from them and which form a resistance to the power that wishes to dominate it, agitations, revolts, spontaneous organizations, coalitions, anything that may establish horizontal conjunctions. Hence the fact that the disciplines use procedures of partitioning and vertically, that they introduce, between the different elements at the same level, as solid separations as possible, that they define compact hierarchical networks, in short, that they oppose to the intrinsic, adverse force of multiplicity the technique of the continuous, individualizing pyramid. They must also increase the particular utility of each element of the multiplicity, but by means that are the most rapid and the least costly, that is to say, by using the multiplicity itself as an instrument of this growth. Hence, in order to extract from bodies the maximum time and force, the use of those overall methods known as timetables, collective training, exercises, total and detailed surveillance. Furthermore, the disciplines must increase the effect of utility proper to the multiplicities, so that each is made more useful than the simple sum of its elements. It is in order to increase the utilizable effects of the multiple that the disciplines define tactics of distribution, reciprocal adjustment of bodies, gestures, and rhythms, differentiation of capacities, reciprocal coordination in relation to apparatuses or tasks. Lastly, the disciplines have to bring into play the power relations, not above but inside the very texture of the multiplicity, as discreetly as possible, as well articulated on the other functions of these multiplicities and also in the least expensive way possible. To this correspond anonymous instruments of power, coextensive with the multiplicity that they regiment, such as hierarchical surveillance, continuous registration, perpetual assessment, and classification. In short, to substitute for a power that is manifested through the brilliance of those who exercise it, a power that insidiously objectifies those on whom it is applied, to form a body of knowledge about these individuals, rather than to deploy the ostentatious signs of sovereignty. In a word, the disciplines are the ensemble of minute technical inventions that made it possible to increase the useful size of multiplicities by decreasing the inconveniences of the power which, in order to make them useful, must control them. A multiplicity, whether in a workshop or a nation, an army or a school, reaches the threshold of a discipline when the relation of the one to the other becomes favorable. If the economic take-off of the West began with the techniques that made possible the accumulation of capital, it might perhaps be said that the methods for administering the accumulation of men made possible a political take-off in relation to the traditional, ritual, costly, violent forms of power, which soon fell into disuse and were superseded by a subtle, calculated technology of subjection. In fact, the two processes, the accumulation of men and the accumulation of capital, cannot be separated. It would not have been possible to solve the problem of the accumulation of men without the growth of an apparatus of production capable of both sustaining them and using them. Conversely, the techniques that made the cumulative multiplicity of men useful accelerated the accumulation of capital. At a less general level, the technological mutations of the apparatus of production, the division of labor and the elaboration of the disciplinary techniques sustained an ensemble of very close relations. Each makes the other possible and necessary, each provides a model for the other. The disciplinary pyramid constituted the small cell of power within which the separation, coordination, and supervision of tasks was imposed and made efficient. An analytical partitioning of time, gestures, and bodily forces constituted an operational schema that could easily be transferred from the groups to be subjected to the mechanisms of production. The massive projection of military methods onto industrial organization was an example of this modeling of the division of labor following the model laid down by the schemata of power. But, on the other hand, the technical analysis of the process of production, its mechanical breaking down, were projected onto the labor force whose task it was to implement it, the constitution of those disciplinary machines in which the individual forces that they bring together are composed into a whole and therefore increased is the effect of this projection. Let us say that discipline is the unitary technique by which the body is reduced as a political force at the least cost and maximized as a useful force. The growth of a capitalist economy gave rise to the specific modality of disciplinary power, whose general formulas, techniques of submitting forces and bodies, in short, political anatomy, could be operated in the most diverse political regimes, apparatuses, or institutions. 2. The panoptic modality of power, at the elementary, technical, merely physical level at which it is situated, is not under the immediate dependence or a direct extension of the great juridico-political structures of a society. It is nonetheless not absolutely independent. Historically, The process by which the bourgeoisie became in the course of the 18th century the politically dominant class was masked by the establishment of an explicit, coded and formally egalitarian juridical framework, made possible by the organization of a parliamentary, representative regime. But the development and generalization of disciplinary mechanisms constituted the other, dark side of these processes. The general juridical form that guaranteed a system of rights that were egalitarian in principle was supported by these tiny, everyday, physical mechanisms, by all those systems of micro-power that are essentially non-egalitarian and asymmetrical that we call the disciplines. And although, in a formal way, the representative regime makes it possible, directly or indirectly, with or without relays, for the will of all to form the fundamental authority of sovereignty, the disciplines provide, at the base, a guarantee of the submission of forces and bodies. The real, corporal disciplines constituted the foundation of the formal, juridical liberties. The contract may have been regarded as the ideal foundation of law and political power. Panopticism constituted the technique, universally widespread, of coercion. It continued to work in depth on the juridical structures of society, in order to make the effective mechanisms of power function in opposition to the formal framework that it had acquired. The Enlightenment, which discovered the liberties, also invented the disciplines. In appearance, the disciplines constitute nothing more than an infra-law. They seem to extend the general forms defined by law to the infinitesimal level of individual lives, or they appear as methods of training that enable individuals to become integrated into these general demands. They seem to constitute the same type of law on a different scale, thereby making it more meticulous and more indulgent. The disciplines should be regarded as a sort of counter-law. They have the precise role of introducing insuperable asymmetries and excluding reciprocities. First, because discipline creates between individuals a private link, which is a relation of constraints entirely different from contractual obligation. The acceptance of a discipline may be underwritten by contract, the way in which it is imposed, the mechanisms it brings into play, the non-reversible subordination of one group of people by another, the surplus power that is always fixed on the same side, the inequality of position of the different partners in relation to the common regulation. All these distinguish the disciplinary link from the contractual link, and make it possible to distort the contractual link systematically from the moment it has as its content a mechanism of discipline. We know, for example, how many real procedures undermine the legal fiction of the work contract. Workshop discipline is not the least important. Moreover, whereas the juridical systems define juridical subjects according to universal norms, the disciplines characterize, classify, specialize, they distribute along a scale, around a norm, hierarchize individuals in relation to one another and, if necessary, disqualify and invalidate. In any case, in the space and during the time in which they exercise their control and bring into play the asymmetries of their power, they effect a suspension of the law that is never total, but is never annulled either. Regular and institutional as it may be, the discipline, in its mechanism, is a counter-law. And, although the universal juridicism of modern society seems to fix limits on the exercise of power, its universally widespread panopticism enables it to operate, on the underside of the law, a machinery that is both immense and minute, which supports, reinforces, multiplies the asymmetry of power and undermines the limits that are traced around the law. The minute disciplines, the panopticisms of every day may well be below the level of emergence of the great apparatuses and the great political struggles. But, in the genealogy of modern society, they have been, with the class domination that traverses it, the political counterpart of the juridical norms according to which power was redistributed. Hence, no doubt, the importance that has been given for so long to the small techniques of discipline, to those apparently insignificant tricks that it has invented, and even to those sciences that give it a respectable face, hence the fear of abandoning them if one cannot find any substitute, hence the affirmation that they are at the very foundation of society, and an element in its equilibrium, whereas they are a series of mechanisms for unbalancing power relations definitively and everywhere, hence the persistence in regarding them as the humble, but concrete form of every morality, whereas they are a set of physico-political techniques. To return to the problem of legal punishments, the prison with all the corrective technology at its disposal is to be resituated at the point where the codified power to punish turns into a disciplinary power to observe, at the point where the universal punishments of the law are applied selectively to certain individuals and always the same ones, at the point where the redefinition of the juridical subject by the penalty becomes a useful training of the criminal, at the point where the law is inverted and passes outside itself, and where the counter-law becomes the effective and institutionalized content of the juridical forms. What generalizes the power to punish, then, is not the universal consciousness of the law in each juridical subject, it is the regular extension, the infinitely minute web of panoptic techniques. 3 Taken one by one, most of these techniques have a long history behind them. But what was new, in the 18th century, was that, by being combined and generalized, they attained a level at which the formation of knowledge and the increase of power regularly reinforce one another in a circular process. At this point, the disciplines crossed the technological threshold. First the hospital, then the school, then, later, the workshop were not simply reordered by the disciplines, they became, thanks to them, apparatuses such that any mechanism of objectification could be used in them as an instrument of subjection, and any growth of power could give rise in them to possible branches of knowledge. It was this link, proper to the technological systems, that made possible within the disciplinary element the formation of clinical medicine, psychiatry, child psychology, educational psychology, the rationalization of labor. It is a double process, then, an epistemological thought through a refinement of power relations, a multiplication of the effects of power through the formation and accumulation of new forms of knowledge. The extension of the disciplinary methods is inscribed in a broad historical process, the development at about the same time of many other technologies, agronomical, industrial, economic. But it must be recognized that, compared with the mining industries, the emerging chemical industries or methods of national accountancy, compared with the blast furnaces or the steam engine, panopticism has received little attention. It is regarded as not much more than a bizarre little utopia, a perverse dream, rather as though Bentham had been the Fourier of a police society, and the phalanstery had taken on the form of the panopticon. And yet this represented the abstract formula of a very real technology, that of individuals. There were many reasons why it received little praise. The most obvious is that the discourses to which it gave rise rarely acquired, except in the academic classifications, the status of sciences, but the real reason is no doubt that the power that it operates and which it augments is a direct, physical power that men exercise upon one another. An inglorious culmination had an origin that could be only grudgingly acknowledged. But it would be unjust to compare the disciplinary techniques with such inventions as the steam engine or Amici's microscope. They are much less, and yet, in a way, they are much more. If a historical equivalent or at least a point of comparison had to be found for them, it would be rather in the inquisitorial technique. The 18th century invented the techniques of discipline and the examination, rather as the Middle Ages invented the judicial investigation. But it did so by quite different means. The investigation procedure, an old fiscal and administrative technique, had developed above all with the reorganization of the Church and the increase of the princely states in the 12th and 13th centuries. At this time it permeated to a very large degree the jurisprudence first of the ecclesiastical courts, then of the lay courts. The investigation as an authoritarian search for a truth observed or attested was thus opposed to the old procedures of the oath, the ordeal, the judicial duel, the judgment of God or even of the transaction between private individuals. The investigation was the sovereign power arrogating to itself the right to establish the truth by a number of regulated techniques. Now, although the investigation has since then been an integral part of Western justice, one must not forget either its political origin, its link with the birth of the states and of monarchical sovereignty, or its later extension and its role in the formation of knowledge. In fact, the investigation has been the no doubt crude, but fundamental element in the constitution of the empirical sciences. It has been the juridico-political matrix of this experimental knowledge, which, as we know, was very rapidly released at the end of the Middle Ages. It is perhaps true to say that, in Greece, mathematics were born from techniques of measurement. The sciences of nature, in any case, were born, to some extent, at the end of the Middle Ages, from the practices of investigation. The great empirical knowledge that covered the things of the world and transcribed them into the ordering of an indefinite discourse that observes, describes, and establishes the facts had its operating model no doubt in the Inquisition, that immense invention that our recent mildness has placed in the dark recesses of our memory. But what this politico-juridical, administrative, and criminal, religious and lay, investigation was to the sciences of nature, disciplinary analysis has been to the sciences of man. These sciences, which have so delighted our humanity for over a century, have their technical matrix in the petty, malicious minutiae of the disciplines and their investigations. These investigations are perhaps to psychology, psychiatry, pedagogy, criminology, and so many other strange sciences, what the terrible power of investigation was to the calm knowledge of the animals, the plants, or the earth. Another power, another knowledge. On the threshold of the classical age, Bacon, lawyer and statesman, tried to develop a methodology of investigation for the empirical sciences. What great observer will produce the methodology of examination for the human sciences? Unless, of course, such a thing is not possible. For, although it is true that, in becoming a technique for the empirical sciences, the investigation has detached itself from the inquisitorial procedure, in which it was historically rooted, the examination has remained extremely close to the disciplinary power that shaped it. It has always been and still is an intrinsic element of the disciplines. Of course it seems to have undergone a speculative purification by integrating itself with such sciences as psychology and psychiatry. And, in effect, its appearance in the form of tests, interviews, interrogations, and consultations is apparently in order to rectify the mechanisms of discipline. Educational psychology is supposed to correct the rigors of the school, just as the medical or psychiatric interview is supposed to rectify the effects of the discipline of work. But we must not be misled, these techniques merely refer individuals from one disciplinary authority to another, and they reproduce, in a concentrated or formalized form, the schema of power knowledge proper to each discipline. The great investigation that gave rise to the sciences of nature has become detached from its politico-juridical model. The examination, on the other hand, is still caught up in disciplinary technology. In the Middle Ages, the procedure of investigation gradually superseded the old accusatory justice, by a process initiated from above. The disciplinary technique, on the other hand, insidiously and as if from below, has invaded a penal justice that is still, in principle, inquisitorial. All the great movements of extension that characterize modern penally, the problematization of the criminal behind his crime, the concern with a punishment that is a correction, a therapy, a normalization, the division of the act of judgment between various authorities that are supposed to measure, assess, diagnose, cure, transform individuals, all this betrays the penetration of the disciplinary examination into the judicial inquisition. What is now imposed on penal justice as its point of application, its useful object, will no longer be the body of the guilty man set up against the body of the king, nor will it be the juridical subject of an ideal contract, it will be the disciplinary individual. The extreme point of penal justice under the Ancien regime was the infinite segmentation of the body of the regicide, a manifestation of the strongest power over the body of the greatest criminal, whose total destruction made the crime explode into its truth. The ideal point of penally today would be an indefinite discipline, an interrogation without end, an investigation that would be extended without limit to a meticulous and ever more analytical observation, a judgment that would at the same time be the constitution of a file that was never closed, the calculated leniency of a penalty that would be interlaced with the ruthless curiosity of an examination, a procedure that would be at the same time the permanent measure of a gap in relation to an inaccessible norm and the asymptotic movement that strives to meet in infinity. The public execution was the logical culmination of a procedure governed by the Inquisition. The practice of placing individuals under observation is a natural extension of a justice imbued with disciplinary methods and examination procedures. Is it surprising that the cellular prison, with its regular chronologies, forced labor, its authorities of surveillance and registration, its experts in normality, who continue and multiply the functions of the judge, should have become the modern instrument of penalty? Is it surprising that prisons resemble factories, schools, barracks, hospitals, which all resemble prisons? Part 4. Prison. 1. Complete and austere institutions. It would not be true to say that the prison was born with the new codes. The prison form antedates its systematic use in the penal system. It had already been constituted outside the legal apparatus when, throughout the social body, procedures were being elaborated for distributing individuals, fixing them in space, classifying them, extracting from them the maximum in time and forces, training their bodies, coding their continuous behavior, maintaining them in perfect visibility, forming around them an apparatus of observation, registration, and recording, constituting on them a body of knowledge that is accumulated and centralized. The general form of an apparatus intended to render individuals docile and useful, by means of precise work upon their bodies, indicated the prison institution, before the law ever defined it as the penalty par excellence. At the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries, there was, it is true, a penalty of detention, and it was a new thing. But it was really the opening up of penalty to mechanisms of coercion already elaborated elsewhere. The models of penal detention, Ghent, Gloucester, Walnut Street, marked the first visible points of this transition, rather than innovations or points of departure. The prison, an essential element in the punitive panoply, certainly marks an important moment in the history of penal justice, its access to humanity. But it is also an important moment in the history of those disciplinary mechanisms that the new class power was developing, that in which they colonized the legal institution. At the turn of the century, a new legislation defined the power to punish as a general function of society that was exercised in the same manner over all its members, and in which each individual was equally represented, but in making detention the penalty par excellence, it introduced procedures of domination characteristic of a particular type of power. A justice that is supposed to be equal, a legal machinery that is supposed to be autonomous, but which contains all the asymmetries of disciplinary subjection. This conjunction marked the birth of the prison, the penalty of civilized societies. One can understand the self-evident character that prison punishment very soon assumed. In the first years of the 19th century, people were still aware of its novelty, and yet it appeared so bound up and at such a deep level with the very functioning of society that it banished into oblivion all the other punishments that the 18th century reformers had imagined. It seemed to have no alternative, as if carried along by the very movement of history. It is not chance, it is not the whim of the legislator that have made imprisonment the base and almost the entire edifice of our present penal scale, it is the progress of ideas and the improvement in morals. And, although, in a little over a century, this self-evident character has become transformed, it has not disappeared. We are aware of all the inconveniences of prison, and that it is dangerous when it is not useless. And yet one cannot see how to replace it. It is the detestable solution, which one seems unable to do without. This self-evident character of the prison, which we find so difficult to abandon, is based first of all on the simple form of deprivation of liberty. How could prison not be the penalty par excellence in a society in which liberty is a good that belongs to all in the same way and to which each individual is attached, as Duport put it, by a universal and constant feeling? Its loss has therefore the same value for all. Unlike the fine, it is an egalitarian punishment. The prison is the clearest, simplest, most equitable of penalties. Moreover, it makes it possible to quantify the penalty exactly according to the variable of time. There is a wages form of imprisonment that constitutes, in industrial societies, its economic self-evidence, and enables it to appear as a reparation. By levying on the time of the prisoner, the prison seems to express in concrete terms the idea that the offense has injured, beyond the victim, society as a whole. There is an economico-moral self-evidence of a penalty that metes out punishments in days, months, and years and draws up quantitative equivalences between offenses and durations. Hence the expression, so frequently heard, so consistent with the functioning of punishments, though contrary to the strict theory of penal law, that one is in prison in order to pay one's debt. The prison is natural, just as the use of time to measure exchanges is natural in our society. 1. But the self-evidence of the prison is also based on its role, supposed or demanded, as an apparatus for transforming individuals. How could the prison not be immediately accepted when, by locking up, retraining and rendering docile, it merely reproduces, with a little more emphasis, all the mechanisms that are to be found in the social body? The prison is like a rather disciplined barracks, a strict school, a dark workshop, but not qualitatively different. This double foundation, juridico-economic on the one hand, technico-disciplinary on the other, made the prison seem the most immediate and civilized form of all penalties. And it is this double functioning that immediately gave it its solidity. One thing is clear, the prison was not at first a deprivation of liberty to which a technical function of correction was later added. It was from the outset a form of legal detention entrusted with an additional corrective task, or an enterprise for reforming individuals that the deprivation of liberty allowed to function in the legal system. In short, penal imprisonment, from the beginning of the 19th century, covered both the deprivation of liberty and the technical transformation of individuals. Let us remember a number of facts. In the codes of 1808 and 1810, and the measures that immediately preceded or followed them, imprisonment was never confused with mere deprivation of liberty. It was, or in any case had to be, a differentiated and finalized mechanism. Differentiated because it had to have the same form, whether the prisoner had been sentenced or was merely accused, whether he was a minor offender or a criminal. The various types of prison, maison d'arrêt, maison de correction, maison centrale, ought in principle to correspond more or less to these differences and provide a punishment that would be not only graduated in intensity, but diversified in its ends. For the prison has a purpose, which is laid down at the outset. The law inflicting penalties, some of which are more serious than others, cannot allow the individual condemned to light penalties to be imprisoned in the same place as the criminal condemned to more serious penalties. Although the penalty fixed by the law has as its principal aim the reparation of the crime, it also desires the amendment of the guilty man. And this transformation must be one of the internal effects of imprisonment. Prison punishment, prison apparatus, the order that must reign in the maison de force may contribute powerfully to the regeneration of the convicts. The vices of upbringing, the contagion of bad example, idleness, have given birth to crime. Well, let us try to close up all these sources of corruption. Let the rules of a healthy morality be practiced in the maisons de force, that, compelled to work, convicts may come in the end to like it. When they have reaped the reward, they will acquire the habit, the taste, the need for occupation. Let them give each other the example of a laborious life. It will soon become a pure life. Soon they will begin to know regret for the past, the first harbinger of a love of duty. To the techniques of correction immediately form part of the institutional framework of penal detention. One should also recall that the movement for reforming the prisons, for controlling their functioning, is not a recent phenomenon. It does not even seem to have originated in a recognition of failure. Prison reform is virtually contemporary with the prison itself. It constitutes, as it were, its program. From the outset, the prison was caught up in a series of accompanying mechanisms, whose purpose was apparently to correct it, but which seemed to form part of its very functioning, so closely have they been bound up with its existence throughout its long history. There was, at once, a prolix technology of the prison. There were inquiries, that of Chaptal in 1801, that of Decazes in 1819, Villermès' work published in 1820, the report on the Maisons Centrales drawn up by Martignac in 1829, the inquiries carried out in the United States by Beaumont and Tocqueville in 1831, by Demetz and Bluet in 1835, the questionnaires addressed by Montalivet to the directors of the Maisons Centrales and to the general councils of the departments during the debate on solitary confinement. There were societies for supervising the functioning of the prisons and for suggesting improvements. In 1818, the very official Société pour l'amélioration des prisons, a little later the Société de Prisons and various philanthropic groups. Innumerable measures, orders, instructions, or laws, from the reform that the First Restoration had envisaged in September 1814, and which was never implemented, to the law of 1844, drawn up by Tocqueville, which ended for a time the long debate on the means of making imprisonment effective. There were programs drawn up to improve the functioning of the machine prison, 3 programs for the treatment of the prisoners, models for material improvement, some of these, like those of Dangeau and Haro-Romain, remaining no more than projects, others becoming embodied in instructions, others becoming actual buildings, such as the Petite Roquette, in which cellular imprisonment was organized for the first time in France. To these should be added the publications that sprang more or less directly from the prison and were drawn up either by philanthropists like Appert, or a little later by specialists for, or, again, by former prisoners, Pauvre Jacques at the end of the Restoration, or the Gazette de Saint-Pélagie at the beginning of the July Monarchy. 5. The prison should not be seen as an inert institution, shaken at intervals by reform movements. The theory of the prison was its constant set of operational instructions rather than its incidental criticism, one of its conditions of functioning. The prison has always formed part of an active field in which projects, improvements, experiments, theoretical statements, personal evidence, and investigations have proliferated. The prison institution has always been a focus of concern and debate. Is the prison still, then, a dark, abandoned region? Is the fact that one has ceased to say so for almost 200 years sufficient proof that it is not? In becoming a legal punishment, it weighted the old juridico-political question of the right to punish with all the problems, all the agitations that have surrounded the corrective technologies of the individual. Voltaire called them complete and austere institutions. In several respects, the prison must be an exhaustive disciplinary apparatus. It must assume responsibility for all aspects of the individual, his physical training, his aptitude to work, his everyday conduct, his moral attitude, his state of mind. The prison, much more than the school, the workshop, or the army, which always involved a certain specialization, is omnidisciplinary. Moreover, the prison has neither exterior nor gap, it cannot be interrupted, except when its task is totally completed. Its action on the individual must be uninterrupted, an unceasing discipline. Lastly, it gives almost total power over the prisoners, it has its internal mechanisms of repression and punishment, a despotic discipline. It carries to their greatest intensity all the procedures to be found in the other disciplinary mechanisms. It must be the most powerful machinery for imposing a new form on the perverted individual. Its mode of action is the constraint of a total education. In prison the government may dispose of the liberty of the person and of the time of the prisoner. From then on, one can imagine the power of the education which, not only in a day, but in the succession of days and even years, may regulate for man the time of waking and sleeping, of activity and rest, the number and duration of meals, the quality and ration of food, the nature and product of labor, the time of prayer, the use of speech and even, so to speak, that of thought, that education which, in the short, simple journeys from refectory to workshop, from workshop to the cell, regulates the movements of the body, and even in moments of rest, determines the use of time, the timetable. This education, which, in short, takes possession of man as a whole, of all the physical and moral faculties that are in him and of the time in which he is himself. This complete reformatory lays down a recoding of existence very different from the mere juridical deprivation of liberty and very different, too, from the simple mechanism of exempla imagined by the reformers at the time of the ideologues. 1. The first principle was isolation. The isolation of the convict from the external world, from everything that motivated the offense, from the complicities that facilitated it. The isolation of the prisoners from one another. Not only must the penalty be individual, but it must also be individualizing, in two ways. First, the prison must be designed in such a way as to efface of itself the harmful consequences to which it gives rise in gathering together very different convicts in the same place, to stifle plots and revolts, to prevent the formation of future complicities that may give rise to blackmail, to form an obstacle to the immorality of so many mysterious associations. In short, the prison should form from the malefactors that it gathers together a homogeneous and interdependent population. There exists at this moment among us an organized society of criminals. They form a small nation within the greater. Almost all these men met or meet again in prison. We must now disperse the members of this society. Moreover, through the reflection that it gives rise to and the remorse that cannot fail to follow, solitude must be a positive instrument of reform. Thrown into solitude, the convict reflects. Placed alone in the presence of his crime, he learns to hate it, and, if his soul is not yet blunted by evil, it is in isolation that remorse will come to assail him. Through the fact, too, that solitude assures a sort of self-regulation of the penalty and makes possible a spontaneous individualization of the punishment, the more the convict is capable of reflecting, the more capable he was of committing his crime, but, also, the more lively his remorse, the more painful his solitude. On the other hand, when he has profoundly repented and made amends without the least dissimulation, solitude will no longer weigh upon him. Thus, according to this admirable discipline, each intelligence and each morality bears within itself the principle and measure of a punishment whose error and human fallibility cannot alter the certainty and invariable equity. Is it not in truth like the seal of a divine and providential justice? Lastly, and perhaps above all, the isolation of the convicts guarantees that it is possible to exercise over them, with maximum intensity, a power that will not be overthrown by any other influence. Solitude is the primary condition of total submission. Just imagine, said Charles Lucas, referring to the role of the governor, the instructor, the chaplain, and other charitable persons as regards the isolated convict, just imagine the power of human speech intervening in the midst of the terrible discipline of silence to speak to the heart, to the soul, to the human person. Isolation provides an intimate exchange between the convict and the power that is exercised over him. It is at this point that the debate on the two American systems of imprisonment, that of Auburn and that of Philadelphia, was situated. In fact, this debate, which was so wide-ranging and long drawn out, concerned only the way in which isolation should be used, it being accepted by all. The Auburn model prescribed the individual cell during the night, work and meals in common, but under the rule of absolute silence, the convicts being allowed to speak only to the warders, with their permission and in a low voice. It was a clear reference to the monastic model, a reference, too, to the discipline of the workshop. The prison must be the microcosm of a perfect society in which individuals are isolated in their moral existence, but in which they come together in a strict hierarchical framework, with no lateral relation, communication being possible only in a vertical direction. The advantage of the Auburnian system, according to its advocates, was that it formed a duplication of society itself. Constraint was assured by material means, but above all by a rule that one had to learn to respect and which was guaranteed by surveillance and punishment. Rather than keep the convicts under lock and key like wild beasts in their cages, they must be brought together, made to join together in useful exercises, forced together to adopt good habits, preventing moral contagion by active surveillance, maintaining reflection by the rule of silence. This rule accustoms the convict to regard the law as a sacred precept whose violation brings just and legitimate harm. Thus this operation of isolation, assembly without communication and law guaranteed by uninterrupted supervision, must rehabilitate the criminal as a social individual. It trains him to a useful and resigned activity, it restores for him habits of sociability. In absolute isolation, as at Philadelphia, the rehabilitation of the criminal is expected not of the application of a common law, but of the relation of the individual to his own conscience and to what may enlighten him from within. 7 Alone in his cell, the convict is handed over to himself. In the silence of his passions and of the world that surrounds him, he descends into his conscience, he questions it and feels awakening within him the moral feeling that never entirely perishes in the heart of man. It is not, therefore, an external respect for the law or fear of punishment alone that will act upon the convict, but the workings of the conscience itself. A profound submission, rather than a superficial training, a change of morality, rather than of attitude. In the Pennsylvanian prison, the only operations of correction were the conscience and the silent architecture that confronted it. At Cherry Hill, the walls are the punishment of the crime, the cell confronts the convict with himself, he is forced to listen to his conscience. Hence work there is more in the nature of a consolation than an obligation. Supervisors do not have to exert force, this is assured by the materiality of things, and consequently, their authority may be accepted. At each visit, a few benevolent words flow from this honest mouth and bring to the heart of the inmate gratitude, hope and consolation. He loves his warder, and he loves him because he is gentle and sympathetic. Walls are terrible, but man is good. In this closed cell, this temporary sepulchre, the myths of resurrection arise easily enough. After night and silence, the regenerated life. Auburn was society itself reduced to its bare essentials. Cherry Hill was life annihilated and begun again. Catholicism soon absorbed this Quaker technique into its discourses. I see your cell as no more than a frightful sepulchre where, instead of worms, remorse, and despair come to gnaw at you and to turn your existence into a hell in anticipation. But, what is for an irreligious prisoner merely a tomb, a repulsive ossuary, becomes, for the sincerely Christian convict, the very cradle of blessed immortality. 8. A whole series of different conflicts stemmed from the opposition between these two models, religious, medical, economic, architectural, and administrative. This, no doubt, was why the argument lasted so long. But, at the heart of the debate, and making it possible, was this primary objective of carceral action, coercive individualization, by the termination of any relation that is not supervised by authority or arranged according to hierarchy. Work alternating with meals accompanies the convict to evening prayer, then a new sleep gives him an agreeable rest that is not disturbed by the phantoms of an unregulated imagination. Thus the 6 weekdays pass by. They are followed by a day devoted exclusively to prayer, instruction, and salutary meditations. Thus the weeks, the months, the years follow one another. Thus the prisoner who, on entering the establishment, was an inconstant man, or one who was single-minded only in his irregularity, seeking to destroy his existence by the variety of his vices, gradually becomes by dint of a habit that is at first purely external, but is soon transformed into a second nature, so familiar with work and the pleasures that derive from it, that, provided wise instruction has opened up his soul to repentance, he may be exposed with more confidence to temptations, when he finally recovers his liberty. Work is defined, with isolation, as an agent of carceral transformation. This is to be found as early as the Code of 1808, although the penalty inflicted by the law has as its aim the reparation of a crime, it is also intended to reform the convict, and this double aim will be fulfilled if the malefactor is snatched from that fatal idleness which, having brought him to prison, meets him again within its walls and, seizing hold of him, brings him to the ultimate degree of depravity. 9. Work is neither an addition nor a corrective to the regime of detention, whether it is a question of forced labor, reclusion, or imprisonment. It is conceived, by the legislator himself, as necessarily accompanying it. But the necessity involved is precisely not the necessity of which the 18th century reformers spoke, when they wished to make imprisonment either an example for the public or a useful reparation for society. In the carceral regime, the link between work and punishment is of another type. Several polemics that took place under the Restoration and the July Monarchy throw light on the function attributed to penal labor. First, there was the debate on the subject of wages. The labor of prisoners was remunerated in France. This posed a problem: if work in prison is remunerated, that work cannot really form part of the penalty, and the prisoner may therefore refuse to perform it. Moreover, wages reward the skill of the worker and not the improvement of the convict. The worst subjects are almost everywhere the most skillful workers, they are the most highly remunerated, consequently the most intemperate and least ready to repent. The debate, which had never quite died down, was resumed with great liveliness in the early 1840s. It was a period of economic crisis, a period of workers' agitation, and a period, too, in which the opposition between the worker and the delinquent was beginning to crystallize. There were strikes against the prison workshops. When a Chaumont glove maker succeeded in organizing a workshop at Clairvaux, the workers protested, declared that their labor was disinured, occupied the manufactory and forced the employer to abandon his project. There was also a widespread press campaign in the workers' newspapers, on the theme that the government encouraged penal labor in order to reduce free wages, on the theme that the inconveniences of these prison workshops were even more evident for women, who were thus deprived of their labor, driven to prostitution and therefore to prison, where these same women, who could no longer work when they were free, then competed with those who were still at work, on the theme that prisoners were given the safest jobs. In warm and sheltered conditions thieves execute the work of hat making and cabinet making, while the unemployed hatter is forced to go to the human slaughterhouse to make white lead at 2 francs a day, on the theme that philanthropy is more concerned about the working conditions of prisoners than those of free workers. We are sure that if prisoners worked with mercury, for example, science would be a great deal more ready than it is to find ways of protecting the workers from the dangers of its fumes. Those poor convicts, someone would exclaim, who scarcely has a word for the guilders. But what can you expect? One has to have killed or robbed to arouse compassion or interest. On the theme above all that, if the prison was tending to become a workshop, it would not be long before beggars and the unemployed were sent there, thus reconstituting the old hôpitaux généraux of France or the workhouses of England. In addition, there were petitions and letters, especially after the law of 1844, one petition, rejected by the Chamber de Paris, found inhuman that one should propose to apply murderers and thieves to work that is today the lot of a few thousand workers. The Chamber preferred Barabbas to us. Typographical workers sent a letter to the minister when they learnt that a printing works was to be set up in the prison at Melun. You have decided between reprobates justly punished by the law and citizens who sacrifice their days, in abstinence and probity, to the lives of their families and to the wealth of their nation. The answers given by the government and the administration to this whole campaign changed very little. Penal labor cannot be criticized for any unemployment it may give rise to. With its limited extent, and its low output, it cannot have a general effect on the economy. It is intrinsically useful, not as an activity of production, but by virtue of the effect it has on the human mechanism. It is a principle of order and regularity. Through the demands that it imposes, it conveys, imperceptibly, the forms of a rigorous power. It bends bodies to regular movements, it excludes agitation and distraction, it imposes a hierarchy and a surveillance that are all the more accepted, and which will be inscribed all the more deeply in the behavior of the convicts, in that they form part of its logic. With work the rule is introduced into a prison, it reigns there without effort, without the use of any repressive and violent means. By occupying the convict, one gives him habits of order and obedience, one makes the idler that he was diligent and active. With time, he finds in the regular movement of the prison, in the manual labors to which he is subjected, a certain remedy against the wanderings of his imagination. Penal labor must be seen as the very machinery that transforms the violent, agitated, unreflective convict into a part that plays its role with perfect regularity. The prison is not a workshop, it must be of itself, a machine whose convict workers are both the cogs and the products. It occupies them continually, with the sole aim of filling their moments. When the body is agitated, when the mind applies itself to a particular object, importunate ideas depart, calm is born once again in the soul. If, in the final analysis, the work of the prison has an economic effect, it is by producing individuals mechanized according to the general norms of an industrial society. Work is the providence of the modern peoples, it replaces morality, fills the gap left by beliefs, and is regarded as the principle of all good. Work must be the religion of the prisons. For a machine society, purely mechanical means of reform are required. The making of machine men, but also of proletarians, in effect, when one has only a pair of arms for any good work, one can live only from the product of one's labor, through the practice of a profession, or from the product of the labor of others, by thieving. But, although the prison did not force offenders to work, it seems to have reintroduced into its very institution and, obliquely, by means of taxation, this levying by some on the labor of others, the question of idleness is the same as in society. It is from the labor of others that the convicts live, if they do not exist from their own labor. The labor by which the convict contributes to his own needs turns the thief into a docile worker. This is the utility of remuneration for penal labor. It imposes on the convict the moral form of wages as the condition of his existence. Wages inculcate the love and habit of work. They give those malefactors who do not know the difference between mine and thine a sense of property, of what one has earned by the sweat of one's brow. They also teach those who have lived in dissipation the virtues of thrift and foresight. Lastly, by proposing a quantity of work to be carried out, they make it possible to express quantitatively the convict's zeal and the progress of his improvement. The wages of penal labor do not reward production, they function as a motive and measure of individual transformation. It is a legal fiction, since it does not represent the free granting of labor power, but an artifice that is presumed to be effective in the techniques of correction. What, then, is the use of penal labor? Not profit, nor even the formation of a useful skill, but the constitution of a power relation, an empty economic form, a schema of individual submission and of adjustment to a production apparatus. The perfect image of prison labor was the women's workshop at Clairvaux. The silent precision of the human machinery is reminiscent of the regulated rigor of the convent. On a throne, above which is a crucifix, a sister is sitting. Before her, arranged in 2 rows, the prisoners are carrying out the task imposed on them, and, as needlework accounts for almost all the work, the strictest silence is constantly maintained. It seems that, in these halls, the very air breathes penitence and expiation. One is carried back, as by a spontaneous movement, to the time of the venerable habits of this ancient place. One remembers those voluntary penitents who shut themselves up here in order to say farewell to the world. Compare this with the following: go into a cotton mill, listen to the conversations of the workers and the whistling of the machines. Is there any contrast in the world more afflicting than the regularity and predictability of these mechanical movements, compared with the disorder of ideas and morals, produced by the contact of so many men, women, and children? 3. But prison goes beyond the mere privation of liberty in a more important way. It becomes increasingly an instrument for the modulation of the penalty, an apparatus which, through the execution of the sentence with which it is entrusted, seems to have the right, in part at least, to assume its principle. Of course, the prison institution was not given this right in the 19th century or even in the 20th, except in a fragmentary form. But it should be noted that it was claimed very early on by those responsible for prison administration, as the very condition of the good functioning of a prison, and of its efficiency in the task of reformation that the law itself had given it. The same goes for the duration of the punishment. It makes it possible to quantify the penalties exactly, to graduate them according to circumstances, and to give to legal punishment the more or less explicit form of wages, but it also runs the risk of having no corrective value, if it is fixed once and for all in the sentence. The length of the penalty must not be a measurement of the exchange value of the offense, it must be adjusted to the useful transformation of the inmate during his term of imprisonment. It is not a time measure, but a time finalized. The form of the operation, rather than the form of the wages. Just as the prudent physician ends his medication or continues it according to whether the patient has or has not arrived at a perfect cure, so, in the first of these two hypotheses, expiation ought to end with the complete reform of the prisoner, for, in this case, all detention has become useless, and from then on as inhuman to the reformed individual as it is vainly burdensome for the state. 10. The correct duration of the penalty must be calculated, therefore, not only according to the particular crime and its circumstances, but also according to the penalty itself as it takes place in actual fact. This amounts to saying that, although the penalty must be individualized, it is so not on the basis of the individual offender, the juridical subject of his act, the responsible author of the offense, but on the basis of the individual punished, the object of a supervised transformation, the individual in detention inserted in the prison apparatus, modified by it or reacting to it. It is a question only of reforming the evildoer. Once this reform has come about, the criminal must return to society. The quality and content of detention should no longer be determined by the nature of the offense alone. The juridical gravity of a crime does not at all have the value of a univocal sign for the character of the convict, whether or not he is capable of reform. In particular, the crime-offense distinction, which the Penal Code recognized in drawing the corresponding distinction between mere imprisonment and imprisonment with hard labor, is not operational in terms of reform. This was the almost universal opinion expressed by the directors of the Maisons Centrales, during an inquiry carried out by the ministry in 1836. The minor offenders are generally the most vicious. Among the criminals, one meets many men who have given in to the violence of their passions and to the needs of a large family. The behavior of criminals is much better than that of the minor offenders. The former are more submissive, harder working than the latter, who, in general, are pickpockets, debauchees and idlers. 11. Hence the idea that punitive rigor must not be in direct proportion to the penal importance of the offense, nor determined once and for all. As an operation of correction, imprisonment has its own requirements and dangers. It is its effects that must determine its stages, its temporary increases, its successive reductions, in severity, what Charles Lucas called the mobile classification of moralities. The progressive system applied at Geneva since 1825 was often advocated in France. It took the form, for example, of three areas: a trial area for prisoners in general, a punishment area and a reward area for those who had embarked on the way of reform. Or it took the form of four phases: a period of intimidation, a period of work, a regime of moralization, a period of work in common. Although the principle of the penalty was certainly a legal decision, its administration, its quality, and its rigors must belong to an autonomous mechanism that supervises the effects of punishment within the very apparatus that produces them. A whole regime of punishments and rewards that is a way not simply of gaining respect for the prison regulations, but of making the action of the prison on the inmates effective. The legal authority itself came to accept this. One should not be surprised, said the Supreme Court of Appeal, when consulted on the subject of a bill concerning the prisons, at the idea of granting rewards, which might consist either for the most part in money, or in a better diet, or even in a reduction of the duration of the penalty. If anything can awaken in the minds of convicts the notions of good and evil, bring them to moral reflections and raise them to some extent in their own eyes, it is the possibility of obtaining some reward. And it must be admitted that the legal authorities can have no immediate control over all these procedures that rectify the penalty as it proceeds. It is a question, in effect, of measures that by definition can intervene only after the sentence and can bear only on something other than the offenses. Those who administer detention must therefore have an indispensable autonomy, when it comes to the question of individualizing and varying the application of the penalty. Supervisors, a prison governor, a chaplain, or an instructor are more capable of exercising this corrective function than those who hold the penal power. It is their judgment and not a verdict in the form of an attribution of guilt, that must serve as a support for this internal modulation of the penalty, for its mitigation or even its interruption. When in 1846, Bonneville presented his project of release on license, he defined it as the right of the administration, with the previous approval of the legal authority, to place in temporary liberty, after a sufficient period of expiation, the completely reformed convict, on condition that he will be brought back into prison on the slightest well-founded complaint. All this arbitrariness which, in the old penal system, enabled the judges to modulate the penalty and the princes to ignore it if they so wished, all this arbitrariness, which the modern codes have withdrawn from the judicial power, has been gradually reconstituted on the side of the power that administers and supervises punishment. It is the sovereignty of knowledge possessed by the warder. He is a veritable magistrate called upon to reign as sovereign in the prison, who, in order not to fall short in his mission, must combine the most eminent virtue with a profound knowledge of mankind. And so we arrive at a principle, clearly formulated by Charles Lucas, which, although it marks the virtual beginning of modern penal functioning, very few jurists would dare to accept today without some hesitation. Let us call it the Declaration of Carceral Independence. In it is claimed the right to be a power that not only possesses administrative autonomy, but is also a part of punitive sovereignty. This affirmation of the rights of the prison posits as a principle, that criminal judgment is an arbitrary unity, that it must be broken down, that the writers of the penal codes were correct in distinguishing the legislative level and the judicial level, that the task today is to analyze in turn this later judicial level, that one should distinguish in it what is properly judicial, and to give autonomy to penitentiary judgment, which is perhaps the most important. In relation to it, the assessment of the court is merely a way of prejudging, for the morality of the agent can be assessed only when put to the test. The judge, therefore, requires in turn a compulsory and rectifying supervision of his assessments, and this supervision is that provided by the penitentiary prison. One may speak, therefore, of an excess or a series of excesses on the part of imprisonment in terms of legal detention, of the carceral in relation to the judicial. Now this excess was observed very early on, from the very birth of the prison, either in the form of real practices, or in the form of projects. It did not come later, as a secondary effect. The great carceral machinery was bound up with the very functioning of the prison. The sign of this autonomy is very apparent in the useless acts of violence perpetrated by warders or in the despotism of an administration that has all the privileges of an enclosed community. Its roots lie elsewhere, precisely in the fact that the prison is required to be useful, that the deprivation of liberty, that juridical levying on an ideal property, must, from the outset, have exercised a positive technical role, operating transformations on individuals. And, for this operation, the carceral apparatus has recourse to three great schemata: the politico-moral schema of individual isolation and hierarchy, the economic model of force applied to compulsory work, the technico-medical model of cure and normalization. The cell, the workshop, the hospital. The margin by which the prison exceeds detention is filled in fact by techniques of a disciplinary type. And this disciplinary addition to the juridical is what, in short, is called the penitentiary. This addition was not accepted easily. To begin with, there was the question of principle. The penalty must be nothing more than the deprivation of liberty, like our present rulers, but with all the freshness of his language. Decazes says, the law must follow the convicted man into the prison where it has sent him. But very soon, and this is a characteristic fact, these debates were to become a battle for appropriating control of this additional penitentiary element. The judges were to demand a right of inspection over the carceral mechanisms. The moral enlightenment of the inmates requires innumerable cooperators. It is only by visits of inspection, commissions of surveillance and charity associations that this may be accomplished. Auxiliaries, then, are needed, and it is the judges who must provide them. From this period, the penitentiary order had become sufficiently well established for there to be no question of dismantling it. The question was how to get control of it. This gave rise to the figure of the judge obsessed by a desire for prison. A century later, this was to give birth to a bastard, yet deformed child, the magistrate entrusted with the determination of penalties. But, if the penitentiary, in so far as it went well beyond mere detention, was able not only to establish itself, but to entrap the whole of penal justice and to imprison the judges themselves. It was because it was able to introduce criminal justice into relations of knowledge that have since become its infinite labyrinth. The prison, the place where the penalty is carried out, is also the place of observation of punished individuals. This takes two forms: surveillance, of course, but also knowledge of each inmate, of his behavior, his deeper states of mind, his gradual improvement. The prisons must be conceived as places for the formation of clinical knowledge about the convicts. The penitentiary system cannot be an a priori conception, it is an induction of the social state. There are moral diseases, as well as breakdowns in health, where the treatment depends on the site and direction of the illness. This involves two essential mechanisms. It must be possible to hold the prisoner under permanent observation. Every report that can be made about him must be recorded and computed. The theme of the panopticon, at once surveillance and observation, security and knowledge, individualization and totalization, isolation and transparency, found in the prison its privileged locus of realization. Although the panoptic procedures, as concrete forms of the exercise of power, have become extremely widespread, at least in their less concentrated forms, it was really only in the penitentiary institutions that Bentham's utopia could be fully expressed in a material form. In the 1830s, the panopticon became the architectural program of most prison projects. It was the most direct way of expressing the intelligence of discipline in stone, of making architecture transparent to the administration of power, 12 of making it possible to substitute for force or other violent constraints the gentle efficiency of total surveillance, of ordering space according to the recent humanization of the codes and the new penitentiary theory. The authorities, on the one hand, and the architect, on the other, must know, therefore, whether the prisons are to be based on the principle of milder penalties or on a system of reforming convicts, in accordance with legislation which, by getting to the root cause of the people's vices, becomes a principle that will regenerate the virtues that they must practice. In short, its task was to constitute a prison machine 13 with a cell of visibility in which the inmate will find himself caught as in the glass house of the Greek philosopher, and a central point from which a permanent gaze may control prisoners and staff. Around these two requirements, several variations were possible: the Benthamite panopticon in its strict form, the semicircle, the cross plan, the star shape. In the midst of all these discussions, the Minister of the Interior in 1841 sums up the fundamental principles: the central inspection hall is the pivot of the system. Without a central point of inspection, surveillance ceases to be guaranteed, continuous and general, for it is impossible to have complete trust in the activity, zeal, and intelligence of the warder who immediately supervises the cells. The architect must therefore bring all his attention to bear on this object. It is a question both of discipline and economy. The more accurate and easy the surveillance, the less need will there be to seek in the strength of the building guarantees against attempted escape and communication between the inmates. But surveillance will be perfect if from a central hall the director or head warder sees, without moving and without being seen, not only the entrances of all the cells and even the inside of most of them when the unglazed door is open, but also the wardens guarding the prisoners on every floor. With the formula of circular or semicircular prisons, it would be possible to see from a single center all the prisoners in their cells and the warders in the inspection galleries. But the penitentiary panopticon was also a system of individualizing and permanent documentation. The same year in which variants of the Benthamite schema were recommended for the building of prisons, the system of moral accounting was made compulsory, an individual report of a uniform kind in every prison, on which the governor or head warder, the chaplain and the instructor had to fill in their observations on each inmate. It is in a way the vade-mecum of prison administration, making it possible to assess each case, each circumstance and, consequently, to know what treatment to apply to each prisoner individually. Many other, much more complete, systems of recording were planned or tried out. The overall aim was to make the prison a place for the constitution of a body of knowledge that would regulate the exercise of penitentiary practice. The prison has not only to know the decision of the judges and to apply it in terms of the established regulations, it has to extract unceasingly from the inmate a body of knowledge that will make it possible to transform the penal measure into a penitentiary operation, which will make of the penalty required by the offense a modification of the inmate that will be of use to society. The autonomy of the carceral regime and the knowledge that it creates make it possible to increase the utility of the penalty, which the Code had made the very principle of its punitive philosophy. The governor must not lose sight of a single inmate, because in whatever part of the prison the inmate is to be found, whether he is entering or leaving, or whether he is staying there, the governor must also justify the motives for his staying in a particular classification or for his movement from one to another. He is a veritable accountant. Each inmate is for him, in the sphere of individual education, a capital invested with penitentiary interest. As a highly efficient technology, penitentiary practice produces a return on the capital invested in the penal system and in the building of heavy prisons. Similarly, the offender becomes an individual to know. This demand for knowledge was not, in the first instance, inserted into the legislation itself, in order to provide substance for the sentence and to determine the true degree of guilt. It is as a convict, as a point of application for punitive mechanisms, that the offender is constituted himself as the object of possible knowledge. But this implies that the penitentiary apparatus, with the whole technological program that accompanies it, brings about a curious substitution. From the hands of justice, it certainly receives a convicted person, but what it must apply itself to is not, of course, the offense, nor even exactly the offender, but a rather different object, one defined by variables which at the outset at least were not taken into account in the sentence, for they were relevant only for a corrective technology. This other character, whom the penitentiary apparatus substitutes for the convicted offender, is the delinquent. The delinquent is to be distinguished from the offender by the fact that it is not so much his act as his life that is relevant in characterizing him. The penitentiary operation, if it is to be a genuine re-education, must become the sum total existence of the delinquent, making of the prison a sort of artificial and coercive theater in which his life will be examined from top to bottom. The legal punishment bears upon an act, the punitive technique on a life. It falls to this punitive technique, therefore, to reconstitute all the sordid detail of a life in the form of knowledge, to fill in the gaps of that knowledge and to act upon it by a practice of compulsion. It is a biographical knowledge and a technique for correcting individual lives. The observation of the delinquent should go back not only to the circumstances, but also to the causes of his crime. They must be sought in the story of his life, from the triple point of view of psychology, social position, and upbringing, in order to discover the dangerous proclivities of the first, the harmful predispositions of the second and the bad antecedents of the third. This biographical investigation is an essential part of the preliminary investigation for the classification of penalties before it becomes a condition for the classification of moralities in the penitentiary system. It must accompany the convict from the court to the prison, where the governor's task is not only to receive it, but also to complete, supervise, and rectify its various factors during the period of detention. Behind the offender, to whom the investigation of the facts may attribute responsibility for an offense, stands the delinquent whose slow formation is shown in a biographical investigation. The introduction of the biographical is important in the history of penalty, because it establishes the criminal as existing before the crime and even outside it. And, for this reason, a psychological causality, duplicating the juridical attribution of responsibility, confuses its effects. At this point one enters the criminological labyrinth from which we have certainly not yet emerged. Any determining cause, because it reduces responsibility, marks the author of the offense with a criminality all the more formidable and demands penitentiary measures that are all the more strict. As the biography of the criminal duplicates in penal practice the analysis of circumstances used in gauging the crime, so one sees penal discourse and psychiatric discourse crossing each other's frontiers, and there, at their point of junction, is formed the notion of the dangerous individual, which makes it possible to draw up a network of causality in terms of an entire biography and to present a verdict of punishment. Correction. Point 14. The delinquent is also to be distinguished from the offender in that he is not only the author of his acts, but is linked to his offense by a whole bundle of complex threads. The penitentiary technique bears not on the relation between author and crime, but on the criminal's affinity with his crime. The delinquent, the strange manifestation of an overall phenomenon of criminality, is to be found in quasi-natural classes, each endowed with its own characteristics and requiring a specific treatment, what Marquet Wasselot called in 1841 the ethnography of the prisons. The convicts are, another people within the same people, with its own habits, instincts, morals. We are still very close here to the picturesque descriptions of the world of the malefactors, an old tradition that goes back a long way and gained new vigor in the early 19th century, at a time when the perception of another form of life was being articulated upon that of another class and another human species. A zoology of social subspecies and an ethnology of the civilizations of malefactors, with their own rights and language, was beginning to emerge in a parody form. But an attempt was also being made to constitute a new objectivity in which the criminal belongs to a typology that is both natural and deviant. Delinquency, a pathological gap in the human species, may be analyzed as morbid syndromes or as great teratological forms. With Ferris's classification, we probably have one of the first conversions of the old ethnography of crime into a systematic typology of delinquents. The analysis is slender, certainly, but it reveals quite clearly the principle that delinquency must be specified in terms not so much of the law as of the norm. There are three types of convict. There are those who are endowed with intellectual resources above the average of intelligence that we have established, but who have been perverted either by the tendencies of their organization and a native predisposition, or by pernicious logic, an iniquitous morality, a dangerous attitude to social duties. Those that belong to this category require isolation day and night, solitary exercise, and, when one is forced to bring them into contact with the others, they should wear a light mask made of metal netting, of the kind used for stone cutting or fencing. The second category is made up of vicious, stupid, or passive convicts, who have been led into evil by indifference to either shame or honor, through cowardice, that is to say, laziness, and because of a lack of resistance to bad incitements. The regime suitable to them is not so much that of punishment as of education, and if possible of mutual education, isolation at night, work in common during the day, conversations permitted provided they are conducted aloud, reading in common, followed by mutual questioning, for which rewards may be given. Lastly, there are the inept or incapable convicts, who are rendered incapable, by an incomplete organization, of any occupation requiring considered effort and consistent will, and who are therefore incapable of competing in work with intelligent workers and who, having neither enough education to know their social duties, nor enough intelligence to understand this fact or to struggle against their personal instincts, are led to evil by their very incapacity. For these, solitude would merely encourage their inertia. They must therefore live in common, but in such a way as to form small groups, constantly stimulated by collective operations, and subjected to rigid surveillance. Thus a positive knowledge of the delinquents and their species, very different from the juridical definition of offenses and their circumstances, is gradually established, but this knowledge is also distinct from the medical knowledge that makes it possible to introduce the insanity of the individual and, consequently, to efface the criminal character of the act. Ferris states the principle quite clearly: considered as a whole, criminals are nothing less than madmen. It would be unjust to the latter to confuse them with consciously perverted men. The task of this new knowledge is to define the act scientifically qua offense and above all the individual qua delinquent. Criminology is thus made possible. The correlative of penal justice may well be the offender, but the correlative of the penitentiary apparatus is someone other. This is the delinquent, a biographical unity, a kernel of danger, representing a type of anomaly. And, although it is true that to a detention that deprives of liberty, as defined by law, the prison added the additional element of the penitentiary. This penitentiary element introduced in turn a third character who slipped between the individual condemned by the law and the individual who carries out this law. At the point that marks the disappearance of the branded, dismembered, burnt, annihilated body of the tortured criminal, there appeared the body of the prisoner, duplicated by the individuality of the delinquent, by the little soul of the criminal, which the very apparatus of punishment fabricated as a point of application of the power to punish and as the object of what is still called today penitentiary science. It is said that the prison fabricated delinquents. It is true that it brings back, almost inevitably, before the courts those who have been sent there. But it also fabricates them in the sense that it has introduced into the operation of the law and the offense, the judge and the offender, the condemned man and the executioner, the non-corporal reality of the delinquency that links them together and, for a century and a half, has caught them in the same trap. The penitentiary technique and the delinquent are in a sense twin brothers. It is not true that it was the discovery of the delinquent through a scientific rationality that introduced into our old prisons the refinement of penitentiary techniques. Nor is it true that the internal elaboration of penitentiary methods has finally brought to light the objective existence of a delinquency that the abstraction and rigidity of the law were unable to perceive. They appeared together, the one extending from the other, as a technological ensemble that forms and fragments the object to which it applies its instruments. And it is this delinquency, formed in the foundations of the judicial apparatus, among the bases operas, the servile tasks, from which justice averts its gaze, out of the shame it feels in punishing those it condemns. It is this delinquency that now comes to haunt the untroubled courts and the majesty of the laws. It is this delinquency that must be known, assessed, measured, diagnosed, treated when sentences are passed. It is now this delinquency, this anomaly, this deviation, this potential danger, this illness, this form of existence, that must be taken into account when the codes are rewritten. Delinquency is the vengeance of the prison on justice. It is a revenge formidable enough to leave the judge speechless. It is at this point that the criminologists raise their voices. But we must not forget that the prison, that concentrated and austere figure of all the disciplines, is not an endogenous element in the penal system as defined at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries. The theme of a punitive society and of a general semiotechnique of punishment that has sustained the ideological codes, Beckerian or Benthamite, did not itself give rise to the universal use of the prison. This prison came from elsewhere, from the mechanisms proper to a disciplinary power. Now, despite this heterogeneity, the mechanisms and effects of the prison have spread right through modern criminal justice. Delinquency and the delinquents have become parasites on it through and through. One must seek the reason for this formidable efficiency of the prison. But one thing may be noted at the outset: the penal justice defined in the 18th century by the reformers traced two possible but divergent lines of objectification of the criminal. The first was the series of monsters, moral or political, who had fallen outside the social pact. The second was that of the juridical subject rehabilitated by punishment. Now the delinquent makes it possible to join the two lines and to constitute under the authority of medicine, psychology, or criminology, an individual in whom the offender of the law and the object of a scientific technique are superimposed, or almost, one upon the other. That the grip of the prison on the penal system should not have led to a violent reaction of rejection is no doubt due to many reasons. One of these is that, in fabricating delinquency, it gave to criminal justice a unitary field of objects, authenticated by the sciences, and thus enabled it to function on a general horizon of truth. The prison, that darkest region in the apparatus of justice, is the place where the power to punish, which no longer dares to manifest itself openly, silently organizes a field of objectivity in which punishment will be able to function openly as treatment and the sentence be inscribed among the discourses of knowledge. It is understandable that justice should have adopted so easily a prison that was not the offspring of its own thoughts. Justice certainly owed the prison this recognition. Two illegalities and delinquency. From the point of view of the law, detention may be a mere deprivation of liberty. But the imprisonment that performs this function has always involved a technical project. The transition from the public execution, with its spectacular rituals, its art mingled with the ceremony of pain, to the penalties of prisons buried in architectural masses and guarded by the secrecy of administrations, is not a transition to an undifferentiated, abstract, confused penally, it is the transition from one art of punishing to another, no less skillful one. It is a technical mutation. From this transition spring a symptom and a symbol, the replacement, in 1837, of the chain gang by the police carriage. The chain gang, a tradition that went back to the time of the galley slaves, was still surviving under the July monarchy. The importance it seems to have assumed as a spectacle at the beginning of the 19th century may be bound up with the fact that it combined in a single manifestation the two modes of punishment, the way to detention unfolded as a ceremonial of torture. The accounts of the last chain gangs, those that crossed France in the summer of 1836, and of its scandals allow us to rediscover this functioning, so alien to the rules of penitentiary science. It began with a scaffold ritual, the fixing of iron collars and chains in the courtyard of Bicêtre prison. The convict's neck was thrown back upon a block, but this time the art of the executioner was to strike without crushing the head, an inverted skill that knew how not to deliver the death blow. The courtyard of Bicêtre displays its instruments of torture, several rows of chains with their iron collars. The artisans, who serve as temporary blacksmiths, arrange the block and hammer. Around the bars of the wall walk are stuck all those heads, wearing a gloomy or bold expression, which the operator is to rivet. Higher up, at every story of the prison, one sees legs and arms dangling through the bars of the cells, as at some bazaar of human flesh. These are the prisoners who have come to assist at the toilet of their comrades of the day before. Here they are in the attitude of sacrifice. They are sitting on the ground, coupled at random by the waist, the chains they must carry, each weighing 8 pounds, rest heavily on their knees. The operator inspects them, measuring heads and adapting the enormous inch-thick collars. It takes 3 men to rivet an iron collar, the first holds up the block, the second holds the 2 branches of the iron collar together and, with his 2 outstretched arms, secures the patient's head, the third strikes with repeated blows and flattens the bolt under his huge hammer. Each blow shakes the head and the body. Indeed, one does not think of the danger that the victim might face if the hammer missed its mark. This impression is nullified or rather defaced before the profound impression of horror one experiences in contemplating one of God's creatures in such a state of abasement. It also had the dimension of a public spectacle. According to the Gazette des Tribunaux, over 100,000 people watched the chain gang leave Paris on July 19, the descent from the court aisle to the Mardi Gras. Order and wealth came to watch from a distance the passing of the great nomadic tribe that had been put in chains, that other species, the race apart that has the privilege of populating the convict ships and prisons. The spectators of the lower classes, as at the time of the public executions, kept up their ambiguous exchanges with the convicts, alternating insults, threats, words of encouragement, blows, signs of hate or complicity. Something violent aroused and accompanied the procession along its entire course, anger against a justice that was too severe or too indulgent, shouts against the detested criminals, movements in favor of prisoners one knew and greeted, confrontations with the police. During the whole journey from the Fontainebleau barrier, groups of enraged spectators hurled insults at de la Collonge. Down with the priest, they said, down with that hateful man, he should have got his deserts. Without the energy and firmness of the municipal guard, serious disorders could have taken place. At Vaugirard, it was the women who were the most angry. They cried, down with the wicked priest. Down with the monster de la Collonge. The police inspectors of Montrouge and Vaugirard and several mayors and deputy mayors ran the gauntlet in their attempt to enforce the decision of the courts. Shortly before reaching Issy, François, recognizing M. Allard and the officers of the brigade, threw his wooden bowl at them. It was then remembered that the families of some of the former comrades of the convict lived at Ivory. From that moment the police inspectors spread out along the route and followed the convict's cart closely. Those of the Paris gang all threw their wooden bowls at the heads of the police, some of whom were struck. At that moment, the crowd reacted strongly. They started to fight amongst themselves. Between Bicêtre and Sèvres a considerable number of houses were looted as the chain gang passed by. In this festival of the departing convicts, there was something of the rites of the scapegoat that is struck as it is chased away, something of the festival of fools, in which the reversal of roles is practiced, something of the old ceremonies of the scaffold, in which the truth must burst forth in the full light of day, something, too, of those popular spectacles, in which famous characters or traditional types were recognized, the play of truth and infamy, the procession of notoriety and shame, invective against the guilty who have been unmasked and, on the other hand, the joyous avowal of crimes. One sought to rediscover the face of the criminals who had had their glory, broadsheets recalled the crimes of those one saw pass, newspapers provided their names and recounted their lives, sometimes they provided a description of their persons and dress, so that their identity might not pass unnoticed. Like programs for spectators. Point 2 People also came to examine different types of criminals, trying to decide, according to facial appearance or dress, the profession of the convict, whether he was a murderer or thief. It was a game of masquerades and marionettes, which was also, for more educated eyes, something of an empirical ethnography of crime. From spectacles on trestles to Gaull's phrenology, according to the milieu to which one belonged, one practiced the semiologies of crime at one's disposal. Physiognomies are as varied as clothes, here a majestic head, a Murillo face, there a vicious face, framed with thick eyebrows, which convey all the energy of the determined villain. Elsewhere the head of a Fagin emerges from the body of an urchin. Here are the smooth, feminine features of accomplices, there the glazed, debauched faces of teachers. 3 The convicts themselves responded to this game, displaying their crimes and enacting their misdeeds. This was one of the functions of tattooing, a vignette of their deeds or their fate. They bear the insignia of their crimes, either a guillotine tattooed on their left arms, or on their chests a dagger plunged into a bleeding heart. As they passed, they mimed the scenes of their crimes, mocking the judges or the police, boasting of as yet undiscovered deeds of wickedness. François, Lacenaires' former accomplice, said that he had invented a method for killing a man without making him cry out and without spilling a single drop of blood. The great traveling fair of crime had its tumblers and its mummers, in which the comic affirmation of truth answered curiosity and invective. A whole series of scenes, in this summer of 1836, took place around de la Collonges. His crime was made much more spectacular by the fact that he was a priest. This fact had also saved him from the scaffold. It seems that he aroused considerable hate among the people. Earlier, in the cart that had brought him to Paris in June 1836, he had been insulted and had been unable to hold back his tears. However, he had expressed a wish not to be conveyed in a closed carriage, believing that the humiliation formed part of his punishment. As he left Paris, one cannot imagine the virtuous indignation, the moral anger and base actions unleashed by the crowd on this man. He was covered with earth and mud, stones and insults rained down upon him from the furious bystanders. It was an explosion of unparalleled rage. The women above all, like veritable furies, displayed an unbelievable exaltation of hate. For his protection, his clothes had to be changed. Certain spectators were misled by this and thought that François was he. François entered into the spirit of the game and accepted the role, but, to the comedy of the crime that he did not commit, he added that of the priest that he was not. To the account of his crime, he added the prayers and broad gestures of blessing directed at the jeering crowd. A few steps away, the real de la Collonges, who seemed like a martyr, was undergoing the double affront of the insults that he was not receiving, but which were addressed to him, and the ridicule that brought back, under the appearances of another criminal, the priest that he was and would have liked to have concealed. His passion was laid out before his eyes, by a buffoon murderer to whom he was chained. In every town it passed through, the chain gang brought its festival with it. It was a saturnalia of punishment, a penalty turned into a privilege. And, by a very curious tradition which seems to have escaped the ordinary rites of the public execution. It aroused in the convict not so much the compulsory marks of repentance as the explosion of a mad joy that denied the punishment. To the ornaments of the collar and chain, the convicts themselves added ribbons, braided straw, flowers, or precious stuffs. The chain was the round and the dance, it was also a coupling, a forced marriage in forbidden love. Wedding, festival, and rite in chains, they ran in front of the chains, bunches of flowers in their hands, ribbons or straw tassels decorated their caps, and the most skillful made crested helmets. Others wore open-work stockings and clogs or a fashionable waistcoat, under a workman's smock. For and throughout the evening that followed the riveting, the chain gang formed a great merry-go-round, which went round and round the courtyard of Bicetra. Woe betide the warders if the chain gang recognized them, they were enveloped and drowned in its rings. The prisoners remained masters of the field of battle until nightfall. 5. The convict's Sabbath corresponded to the ceremonial of justice. Through the spectacle it invented, it inverted the splendors, the order of power and its signs, the forms of pleasure. But something of the political Sabbath was not far away. One would have had to be very deaf indeed not to hear something of these new accents. The convicts sang marching songs, which rapidly became famous and were repeated everywhere for a long time after. No doubt an echo was to be found in them of the complaints that the broadsheets attributed to criminals, an affirmation of the crime, a black heroization, an evocation of terrible punishments and of the general hate that surrounded them. Renown, let the trumpets blow for us. Courage, children, let us submit without fear to the terrible fate that hangs over our heads. Our chains are heavy, but we will bear them. For the convicts, no voice rises to say, relieve them of their suffering. Yet there was in those collective songs a totally new tonality. The moral code, which most of the old complaints obeyed, was reversed. Instead of bringing remorse, torture sharpened pride, the justice that brought the sentence was rejected, and the crowd that came to witness what it believed to be repentance or humiliation was scorned. So far from our homes, we sometimes moan. Our stern brows will make our judges blench. Avid of misfortune, you turn your eyes upon us, hoping to find a blighted, humiliated, tearful race. But there is pride in our eyes. One also finds the assertion that the convict's life with its companionship has pleasures that liberty cannot know. With time let us link our pleasures. Under lock and key feast days will be born. Pleasures are turncoats. They will flee the executioners, they follow where the song leads. And, above all, the present order will not last forever. Not only will the convicts be freed and resume their rights, but their accusers will take their place. Between the criminals and their judges, the day of the great reverse judgment will come. The contempt of men belongs to us convicts. The gold they worship is also ours. One day, this gold will pass into our hands. We will buy it with our lives. Others will seize these chains that today you make us bear, they will become slaves. As we break out of our shackles, the star of liberty will shine for us. Farewell, for we brave both your chains and your laws. 6. The pious theatre imagined by the broadsheets, in which the convict exhorted the crowd never to imitate him, was becoming a threatening scene in which the crowd was asked to choose between the barbarity of the executioners, the injustice of the judges, and the misfortune of convicts who, though defeated today, would triumph one day. The great spectacle of the chain gang was linked with the old tradition of the public execution. It was also linked with that multiple representation of crime that gave rise at the time to newspapers, broadsheets, mountebanks, and street theaters. 7. But it was also linked with the confrontations and struggles whose first rumblings it conveyed. It gave them a kind of symbolic outlet. Though vanquished by the law, the army of disorder promised to return. What the violence of order had driven away would overthrow that order and bring liberty on its return. I was horrified to see so many sparks reappear in those ashes. The agitation that had always surrounded the public executions now found an echo in precise threats. One can see why the July monarchy decided to abolish the chain gang for the same, but more pressing, reasons that brought about, in the 18th century, The abolition of the public executions. It is no part of our morality to treat men in this way. One must avoid providing in the towns that the convoy passes through so hideous a spectacle, which, in any case, teaches the population nothing. It was necessary, therefore, to break with these public rights, to subject the movements of convicts to the same mutation as the punishments themselves, and to bring them, too, under the veil of administrative decency. But what, in June 1837, was adopted to replace the chain gang was not the simple covered cart, which had been suggested at one time, but a machine that had been very meticulously designed, a carriage conceived as a moving prison, a mobile equivalent of the panopticon. A central corridor divided it along its entire length. On either side were 6 cells in which the 2 rows of convicts sat facing one another. Their feet were placed in rings that were lined on the inside with wool and linked together by chains 18 inches long. The legs were secured in metal knee guards. The convicts sat on a kind of zinc and oak funnel that emptied onto the public way. The cell had no window onto the outside. It was completely lined with sheet iron. Only a ventilator, also of sheet iron, with holes pierced in it, allowed a suitable flow of air. On the corridor side, the door of each cell was provided with a hatch, divided into 2 compartments, one for food, the other, covered by a grill, for surveillance. The opening and the oblique direction of the hatches were so arranged that the warders had the prisoners constantly in view and heard every word they spoke, though the prisoners themselves were unable to see or hear one another. In this way, the same carriage may, without the slightest inconvenience, contain at one and the same time a convict and a simple offender, men and women, children and adults. Whatever the length of the journey, all would be brought to their destination without having been able to perceive one another or to speak to one another. Lastly, the constant surveillance of the 2 warders, who were each armed with a small oak club, with thick nails of crushed diamond, made it possible to operate a whole system of punishments in conformity with the internal regulation of the carriage, a diet of bread and water, thumbscrews, lack of a cushion that would allow one to sleep, chains on both arms. Any reading other than that of books of morality is forbidden. If only for its mildness and speed, this machine would have done honor to the sensibility of its author, but its merit lay in the fact that it was a veritable penitentiary carriage. By its external effects, it had a quite Benthamite perfection, in the rapid passage of this mobile prison which, on its dark, silent flanks, bears no other inscription than the following words: "Transport of convicts." There is something mysterious and gloomy, which Bentham requires in the carrying out of criminal sentences, and which leaves in the minds of onlookers a more salutary and lasting impression than the sight of those cynical and joyous travelers. It also had internal effects. Even in a journey lasting only a few days, it functioned as an apparatus of correction. One emerged from it astonishingly calm. From a moral point of view, this transportation, which lasts no more than 72 hours, is a terrible torture whose effects on the prisoner seem to be lasting. The convicts themselves support this view. In the cell carriage, when you don't sleep, you can only think. And when I thought, I came to regret what I had done. In the end, you see, I would have been afraid to mend my ways, and I don't want to it. The panoptic carriage had only a short history. Yet the way in which it replaced the chain gang and the reasons for this replacement recapitulated the whole process by which in 80 years penal detention replaced public execution as a calculated technique for altering individual behavior. The cell carriage was an apparatus of reform. What replaced the public execution was not a massive enclosure, it was a carefully articulated disciplinary mechanism, at least in principle. For the prison, in its reality and visible effects, was denounced at once as the great failure of penal justice. In a very strange way, the history of imprisonment does not obey a chronology in which one sees, in orderly succession, the establishment of a penalty of detention, then the recognition of its failure, then the slow rise of projects of reform, seeming to culminate in the more or less coherent definition of penitentiary technique, then the implementation of this project, lastly, the recognition of its successes or its failure. There was in fact a telescoping, or in any case a different distribution of these elements. And, Just as the project of a corrective technique accompanied the principle of punitive detention, the critique of the prison and its methods appeared very early on, in those same years 1820 to 45, indeed, it was embodied in a number of formulations which, figures apart, are today repeated almost unchanged. Prisons do not diminish the crime rate, they can be extended, multiplied, or transformed. The quantity of crime and criminals remains stable or, worse, increases. In France, one calculates at about 108,000 the number of individuals who are in a state of flagrant hostility to society. The means of repression at one's disposal are, the scaffold, the iron collar, 3 convict ships, 19 maisons centrales, 86 maisons de justice, 362 maisons d'arrêt, 2,800 cantonal prisons, 2,238 cells in police stations. Despite all these, vice goes unchecked. The number of crimes is not diminishing, the number of recidivists is increasing, rather than declining. Detention causes recidivism, those leaving prison have, more chance than before of going back to it. Convicts are, in a very high proportion, former inmates. 38% of those who left the Maisons Centrales were convicted again and 33% of those sent to convict ships. Between 1828 and 1834, out of almost 35,000 convicted of crime, about 7,400 were recidivists. Out of over 200,000 correctionals, or petty offenders, almost 35,000 were also recidivists. In all, one recidivist out of 5.8 of those convicted. In 1831, out of 2,174 of those condemned for recidivism, 350 had been in convict ships, 1,682 in Maisons Centrales, 142 in 4 Maisons de Correction that followed the same regime as the Centrales. And the diagnosis became even more severe during the July Monarchy. In 1835, out of 7,223 convicted criminals, 1,486 were recidivists. In 1839, 1,749 out of 7,858. In 1844, 1,821 out of 7,195. Among the 980 prisoners at Luce, there were 570 recidivists and, at Melun, 745 out of 1,008 prisoners. Instead of releasing corrected individuals, then, the prison was setting loose a swarm of dangerous delinquents throughout the population, 7,000 persons handed back each year to society. They are 7,000 principles of crime or corruption spread throughout the social body. And, when one thinks that this population is constantly increasing, that it lives and moves around us, ready to seize every opportunity of disorder, to avail itself of every crisis in society to try out its strength, can one remain unmoved by such a spectacle? The prison cannot fail to produce delinquents. It does so by the very type of existence that it imposes on its inmates, whether they are isolated in cells or whether they are given useless work, for which they will find no employment. It is, in any case, not to think of man in society, it is to create an unnatural, useless, and dangerous existence. The prison should educate its inmates, but can a system of education addressed to man reasonably have as its object to act against the wishes of nature? The prison also produces delinquents by imposing violent constraints on its inmates. It is supposed to apply the law, and to teach respect for it, but all its functioning operates in the form of an abuse of power. The arbitrary power of administration, the feeling of injustice that a prisoner has is one of the causes that may make his character untamable. When he sees himself exposed in this way to suffering, which the law has neither ordered nor envisaged, he becomes habitually angry against everything around him. He sees every agent of authority as an executioner. He no longer thinks that he was guilty, he accuses justice itself. Corruption, fear, and the inefficiency of the warders, between 1,000 and 1,500 convicts live under the surveillance of between 30 and 40 supervisors, who can preserve some kind of security only by depending on informers, that is to say, on the corruption that they carefully sow themselves. Who are these warders? Retired soldiers, men uninstructed in their task, making a trade of guarding malefactors. Exploitation by penal labor, which can in these conditions have no educational character, one inveighs against the slave trade. But are not our prisoners sold, like the slaves, by entrepreneurs and bought by manufacturers? Is this how we teach our prisoners honesty? Are they not still more demoralized by these examples of abominable exploitation? 9. The prison makes possible, even encourages, the organization of a milieu of delinquents, loyal to one another, hierarchized, ready to aid and abet any future criminal act. Society prohibits associations of more than 20 persons, and it constitutes for itself associations of 200, 500, 1,200 convicts in the maisons centrales, which are constructed for them ad hoc, and which it divides up for their greater convenience into workshops, courtyards, dormitories, refectories, where they can all meet together. And it multiplies them across France in such a way that, where there is a prison, there is an association, and as many antisocial clubs. And it is in these clubs that the education of the young first offender takes place. The first desire that is born within him will be to learn from his cleverer seniors how to escape the rigors of the law. The first lesson will be derived from the strict logic of thieves who regard society as an enemy. The morality will be the informing and spying honored in our prisons. The first passion to be aroused in him will be to frighten the young mind by these monsters that must have been born in the dungeon and which the pen refuses to name. Henceforth he has broken with everything that has bound him to society. Faucher spoke of barracks of crime. The conditions to which the free inmates are subjected necessarily condemn them to recidivism. They are under the surveillance of the police, they are assigned to a particular residence, or forbidden others. They leave prison with a passport that they must show everywhere they go and which mentions the sentence that they have served. Being on the loose, being unable to find work, leading the life of a vagabond are the most frequent factors in recidivism. The Gazette des Tribunaux, but also the workers' newspapers, regularly cited cases like that of the worker convicted of theft, placed under surveillance at Rouen, caught again for theft, and whom no lawyers would defend, so he took it upon himself to speak before the court, told the story of his life, explained how, on leaving prison and forced to reside in a particular place, he was unable to take up his trade as a gilder, since as an ex-convict he was turned down wherever he went. The police refused him the right to seek work elsewhere. He found himself unable to leave Rouen, with nothing to do but die of hunger and poverty as a result of this terrible surveillance. He went to the town hall and asked for work. For 8 days he was given work in the cemeteries for 14 sous a day, but, he said, I am young, I have a good appetite, I eat more than 2 pounds of bread a day at 5 sous a pound. What can I do with 14 sous to feed myself, wash my clothes and find lodging? I was driven to despair. I wanted to become an honest man again. The surveillance plunged me back into misfortune. I became disgusted with everything. It was then that I met Lemaitre, who was also a pauper. We had to live and wicked thoughts of thieving came back to us 10. Lastly, the prison indirectly produces delinquents by throwing the inmate's family into destitution. The same order that sends the head of the family to prison reduces each day the mother to destitution, the children to abandonment, the whole family to vagabondage and begging. It is in this way that crime can take root. It should be noted that this monotonous critique of the prison always takes one of two directions, either that the prison was insufficiently corrective, and that the penitentiary technique was still at the rudimentary stage, or that in attempting to be corrective it lost its power as punishment. 11 That the true penitentiary technique was rigor. 12 And that prison was a double economic error, directly, by its intrinsic cost, and, indirectly, by the cost of the delinquency that it did not abolish. 13 The answer to these criticisms was invariably the same, the reintroduction of the invariable principles of penitentiary technique. For a century and a half the prison had always been offered as its own remedy, the reactivation of the penitentiary techniques as the only means of overcoming their perpetual failure. the realization of the corrective project as the only method of overcoming the impossibility of implementing it. This is shown conclusively in the fact that the prisoners' revolts of recent weeks have been attributed to the fact that the reforms proposed in 1945 never really took effect, that one must therefore return to the fundamental principles of the prison. But these principles, of which such wonderful results are still expected today, are well enough known. For the past 150 years they have constituted the 7 universal maxims of the good penitential condition. 1. Penal detention must have as its essential function the transformation of the individual's behavior. The reform of the convict as the principal aim of the penalty is a sacred principle whose formal appearance in the domain of science and above all in that of legislation is quite recent. And the Amur Commission, of May 1945, faithfully repeats, the penalty that deprives of liberty has as its essential aim the reformation and social rehabilitation of the convict. The principle of correction. 2. Convicts must be isolated or at least distributed according to the penal gravity of their act, but above all according to age, mental attitude, the technique of correction to be used, the stages of their transformation. One must take into account, in using methods for altering the great physical and moral differences to be found in the characters of convicts, their degree of perversity, the unequal opportunities for correction that they may offer. 1945. The distribution in the penitentiary establishments of individuals serving a light sentence of up to 1 year is based on sex, personality, and the degree of perversion of the delinquent. The principle of classification. 3. It must be possible to alter the penalties according to the individuality of the convicts, the results that have been obtained, progress or relapses. Since the principal aim of the penalty is the reform of the convict, it is desirable that any convict whose moral regeneration is sufficiently assured should be set free. 1945, a progressive regime is applied, with a view to adapting the treatment of the prisoner to his attitude and to his degree of improvement. This regime stretches from solitary confinement to semi-liberty. The benefit of parole is extended to all penalties involving a term of imprisonment. The principle of the modulation of penalties. 4. Work must be one of the essential elements in the transformation and progressive socialization of convicts. Penal labor must not be regarded as the complement and as it were an aggravation of the penalty, but as a mitigation, of which it is no longer possible to deprive the prisoner. It must enable him to learn or to practice a trade, and to provide the prisoner and his family with a source of income. 1945, every common law prisoner is obliged to work. No prisoner may be forced to remain unoccupied. The principle of work as obligation and right. 5. The education of the prisoner is for the authorities both an indispensable precaution in the interests of society and an obligation to the prisoner. Education alone may serve as a penitentiary instrument. The question of penitentiary imprisonment is a question of education. 1945, the treatment meted out to the prisoner, outside any corrupting promiscuity, must be directed principally to his general and professional instruction and to his improvement. The principle of penitentiary education. 6. The prison regime must, at least in part, be supervised and administered by a specialized staff possessing the moral qualities and technical abilities required of educators. In 1850, on the subject of prison medicine, Ferris remarked, "It is a useful addition to all forms of imprisonment. No one could possess more intimately than a physician the trust of the prisoners, know their characters better, influence their mental attitudes more effectively, while relieving their physical ills and, by this means, reprimand or encourage as he thinks fit." 1945, in every penitentiary establishment, there functions a social and medico-psychological service. The principle of the technical supervision of detention. 7. Imprisonment must be followed by measures of supervision and assistance until the rehabilitation of the former prisoner is complete. Not only must he be placed under surveillance on leaving prison, but he must be given help and support. 1945, assistance is given to prisoners during and after imprisonment with a view to facilitating their rehabilitation. The principle of auxiliary institutions. Word for word, from one century to the other, the same fundamental propositions are repeated. They reappear in each new, hard won, finally accepted formulation of a reform that has hitherto always been lacking. The same sentences or almost the same could have been borrowed from other fruitful periods of reform, the end of the 19th century and the movement of social defense, or again, the last few years, with the prisoners' revolts. One must not, therefore, regard the prison, its failure and its more or less successful reform as three successive stages. One should think rather of a simultaneous system that historically has been superimposed on the juridical deprivation of liberty, a fourfold system comprising, the additional, disciplinary element of the prison, the element of superpower, the production of an objectivity, a technique, a penitentiary rationality, the element of auxiliary knowledge, the de facto reintroduction, if not actual increase, of a criminality that the prison ought to destroy, the element of inverted efficiency. Lastly, the repetition of a reform that is isomorphic, despite its idealism, with the disciplinary functioning of the prison, the element of utopian duplication. It is this complex ensemble that constitutes the carceral system, not only the institution of the prison, with its walls, its staff, its regulations, and its violence. The carceral system combines in a single figure discourses and architectures, coercive regulations and scientific propositions, real social effects and invincible utopias, programs for correcting delinquents and mechanisms that reinforce delinquency. Is not the supposed failure part of the functioning of the prison? Is it not to be included among those effects of power that discipline and the auxiliary technology of imprisonment have induced in the apparatus of justice, and in society in general, and which may be grouped together under the name of carceral system? If the prison institution has survived for so long, with such immobility, if the principle of penal detention has never seriously been questioned, it is no doubt because this carceral system was deeply rooted and carried out certain very precise functions. As evidence of this strength and immobility, let us take a recent fact. The model prison opened at Fleury-Mérogis in 1969 simply took over in its overall plan the panoptic star shape that made such a stir in 1836 at the Petit Troquet. It was the same machinery of power that assumed a real body and a symbolic form. But what role was it supposed to play? If the law is supposed to define offenses, if the function of the penal apparatus is to reduce them, and if the prison is the instrument of this repression, then failure has to be admitted. Or rather, for in order to establish it in historical terms, one must be able to measure the effects of the penalty of detention on the overall level of criminality. One should be surprised that for the past 150 years the proclamation of the failure of the prison has always been accompanied by its maintenance. The only alternative actually envisaged was deportation, which England abandoned at the beginning of the 19th century and which France took up under the Second Empire, but rather as a rigorous and distant form of imprisonment. But perhaps one should reverse the problem and ask oneself what is served by the failure of the prison, what is the use of these different phenomena that are continually being criticized, the maintenance of delinquency, the encouragement of recidivism, the transformation of the occasional offender into a habitual delinquent, the organization of a closed milieu of delinquency. Perhaps one should look for what is hidden beneath the apparent cynicism of the penal institution, which, after purging the convicts by means of their sentence, continues to follow them by a whole series of brandings, and which thus pursues as a delinquent someone who has acquitted himself of his punishment as an offender. Can we not see here a consequence rather than a contradiction? If so, one would be forced to suppose that the prison, and no doubt punishment in general, is not intended to eliminate offenses, but rather to distinguish them, to distribute them, to use them, that it is not so much that they render docile those who are liable to transgress the law, but that they tend to assimilate the transgression of the laws in a general tactics of subjection. Penally would then appear to be a way of handling illegalities, of laying down the limits of tolerance, of giving free rein to some, of putting pressure on others, of excluding a particular section, of making another useful, of neutralizing certain individuals and of profiting from others. In short, penally does not simply check illegalities, it differentiates them, it provides them with a general economy. And, if one can speak of justice, it is not only because the law itself or the way of applying it serves the interests of a class, it is also because the differential administration of illegalities through the mediation of penalty forms part of those mechanisms of domination. Legal punishments are to be resituated in an overall strategy of illegalities. The failure of the prison may be understood on this basis. The general schema of penal reform had taken shape at the end of the 18th century in the struggle against illegalities, a whole equilibrium of tolerance, mutual support, and interests which, under the Ancien regime, had maintained the illegalities of different social strata side by side, was disturbed. There then emerged the utopia of a universally and publicly punitive society in which ceaselessly active penal mechanisms would function without delay, mediation or uncertainty, one law, doubly ideal because perfect in its calculations and engraven on the minds of each citizen would stop, at their very origin, all practices of illegality. Now, at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries and against the new codes, the danger of a new popular illegality arose. Or, to be more precise, perhaps the popular illegalities began to develop according to new dimensions, those that were introduced by the movements which, from the 1780s to the revolutions of 1848, linked together social conflicts, the struggles against the political regimes, the resistance to the movement of industrialization, the effects of the economic crises. Broadly speaking, there were three characteristic processes. First, the development of the political dimension of the popular illegalities. This occurred in two ways: hitherto localized practices, limited in some sense to themselves, were able during the revolution to lead to directly political struggles, whose aim was not simply to extract concessions from the state or to rescind some intolerable measure, but to change the government and the very structure of power. On the other hand, certain political movements were explicitly based on existing forms of illegality. This political dimension of illegality was to become more complex and more marked in the relations between the workers' movement and the Republican parties in the 19th century, in the passage from the workers' struggles to political revolution. In any case, on the horizon of these illegal practices, which multiplied with ever more restrictive legislation, there emerged struggles of a strictly political kind. The possible overthrow of power was not present in all of them, far from it, but a good many were able to turn themselves to account in overall political struggles and sometimes even to lead directly to them. On the other hand, through the rejection of the law or other regulations, it is easy enough to recognize the struggles against those who set them up in their own interests. People were no longer fighting against the tax farmers, financiers, the king's agents, prevaricating magistrates or bad ministers, all the agents of injustice, but against the law itself and the justice whose task it was to apply it, against local landowners who introduced new rights, against employers who worked together but forbade workers' coalitions, against entrepreneurs who introduced more machines, lower wages, and longer working hours, and made the factory regulations more and more strict. It was against the new regime of landed property, set up by a bourgeoisie that profited from the revolution, that a whole peasant illegality developed. This no doubt assumed its most violent forms between the Ermiter and the consulate, but it did not disappear then. It was against the new system of the legal exploitation of labor that workers' illegalities at the beginning of the 19th century developed, from the most violent such as machine breaking, or the most lasting such as the formation of associations, to the most everyday, such as absenteeism, abandoning work, vagabondage, pilfering raw materials, deception as to the quantity and quality of the work completed. A whole series of illegalities was inscribed in struggles in which those struggling knew that they were confronting both the law and the class that had imposed it. Lastly, although it is true that, during the 18th century, criminality tended towards more specialized forms, inclining more and more to the skillful theft, and became, to some extent, the practice of men on the fringes of society, isolated from a population that was hostile to them, one sees, in the last years of the 18th century, the reconstitution of certain links or the establishment of new relations, not, as contemporaries said, that the leaders of popular agitation had been criminals, but because the new forms of law, the rigors of the labor regulations, the demands either of the state, or of the landowners, or of the employers, and the most detailed techniques of surveillance, increased the occasions of offenses, and threw to the other side of the law many individuals, who, in other conditions, would not have gone over to specialized criminality. It is against the background of the new laws of property, against the background, too, of unacceptable conscription that a peasant illegality developed in the last years of the revolution, with a consequent increase in violence, acts of aggression, thefts, looting and even the greater forms of political brigandage. It was also against a background of legislation or very heavy regulations that a workers' vagabondage developed that often crossed the boundary into actual delinquency. A whole series of illegal practices, which during the previous century had tended to remain isolated from one another, now seemed to come together to form a new threat. There was a threefold diffusion of popular illegalities at the turn of the century: their insertion in a general political outlook, their explicit articulation on social struggles, a communication between different forms and levels of offenses. These processes may not have reached their full development. Certainly there did not develop at the beginning of the 19th century a massive movement of illegality that was both political and social. But, in their emerging form and despite their dispersal, they were sufficiently marked to serve as a support for the great fear of a people who were believed to be criminal and seditious as a whole, for the myth of a barbaric, immoral, and outlaw class which, from the Empire to the July Monarchy, haunted the discourse of legislators, philanthropists, and investigators into working-class life. It is these processes that are to be found behind a whole series of affirmations that are quite alien to the penal theory of the 18th century, that crime is not a potentiality that interests or passions have inscribed in the hearts of all men, but that it is almost exclusively committed by a certain social class, that criminals, who were once to be met with in every social class, now emerged almost all from the bottom rank of the social order, that 9/10 of murderers, thieves and idlers come from what we have called the social base, that it is not crime that alienates an individual from society, but that crime is itself due rather to the fact that one is in society as an alien, that one belongs to that bastardized race, as Target called it, to that class degraded by misery whose vices stand like an invincible obstacle to the generous intentions that wish to combat it, that, this being the case, it would be hypocritical or naive to believe that the law was made for all in the name of all. That it would be more prudent to recognize that it was made for the few and that it was brought to bear upon others, that in principle it applies to all citizens, but that it is addressed principally to the most numerous and least enlightened classes, that, unlike political and civil laws, their application does not concern everybody equally, that in the courts society as a whole does not judge one of its members, but that a social category with an interest in order judges another that is dedicated to disorder. Visit the places where people are judged, imprisoned, or executed. One thing will strike you everywhere you see two quite distinct classes of men, one of which always meets on the seats of the accusers and judges, the other on the benches of the accused, which is explained by the fact that the latter, for lack of resources and education, do not know how to remain within the limits of legal probity, so that the language of the law, which is supposed to be universal, is, in this respect, inadequate. It must, if it is to be effective, be the discourse of one class to another, which has neither the same ideas as it nor even the same words. How are we, with our prudish, contemptuous languages, overloaded with formality, to make ourselves understood by those who have never heard anything but the crude, poor, irregular, but lively, frank, picturesque dialect of the market, the tavern, and the fair? What language, what method should we use when drawing up laws that will act effectively on the uneducated minds of those less capable of resisting the temptations of crime? Law and justice do not hesitate to proclaim their necessary class dissymmetry. If this is the case, the prison, apparently failing, does not miss its target. On the contrary, it reaches it, in so far as it gives rise to one particular form of illegality in the midst of others, which it is able to isolate, to place in full light and to organize as a relatively enclosed, but penetrable, milieu. It helps to establish an open illegality, irreducible at a certain level and secretly useful, at once refractory and docile. It isolates, outlines, brings out a form of illegality that seems to sum up symbolically all the others, but which makes it possible to leave in the shade those that one wishes to, or must, tolerate. This form is, strictly speaking, delinquency. One should not see in delinquency the most intense, most harmful form of illegality, the form that the penal apparatus must try to eliminate through imprisonment because of the danger it represents. It is rather an effect of penalty that makes it possible to differentiate, accommodate, and supervise illegalities. No doubt delinquency is a form of illegality, certainly it has its roots in illegality, but it is an illegality that the carceral system, with all its ramifications, has invested, segmented, isolated, penetrated, organized, enclosed in a definite milieu, and to which it has given an instrumental role in relation to the other illegalities. In short, although the juridical opposition is between legality and illegal practice, the strategic opposition is between illegalities and delinquency. For the observation that prison fails to eliminate crime, one should perhaps substitute the hypothesis that prison has succeeded extremely well in producing delinquency, a specific type, a politically or economically less dangerous, and, on occasion, usable, form of illegality, in producing delinquents, in an apparently marginal, but in fact centrally supervised milieu, in producing the delinquent as a pathologized subject. The success of the prison, in the struggles around the law and illegalities, has been to specify a delinquency. We have seen how the carceral system substituted the delinquent for the offender, and also superimposed upon juridical practice a whole horizon of possible knowledge. Now this process that constitutes delinquency as an object of knowledge is one with the political operation that dissociates illegalities and isolates delinquency from them. The prison is the hinge of these two mechanisms, it enables them to reinforce one another perpetually, to objectify the delinquency behind the offense, to solidify delinquency in the movement of illegalities. So successful has the prison been that, after a century and a half of failures, the prison still exists, producing the same results, and there is the greatest reluctance to dispense with it. The penalty of detention seems to fabricate, hence no doubt its longevity, an enclosed, separated, and useful illegality. The circuit of delinquency would seem to be not the subproduct of a prison which, while punishing, does not succeed in correcting, it is rather the direct effect of a penalty which, in order to control illegal practices, seems to invest certain of them in a mechanism of punishment reproduction, of which imprisonment is one of the main parts. But why and how is the prison called upon to participate in the fabrication of a delinquency that it is supposed to combat? The establishment of a delinquency that constitutes something like an enclosed illegality has in fact a number of advantages. To begin with, it is possible to supervise it, for the vague, swarming mass of a population practicing occasional illegality, which is always likely to spread, or again for those loose bands of vagabonds, recruiting as they move from place to place, and according to circumstances, from the unemployed, beggars, bad characters of all kinds, which sometimes reach such proportions, as we saw at the end of the 18th century, as to form formidable forces for looting and rioting, is substituted a relatively small and enclosed group of individuals on whom a constant surveillance may be kept. Moreover, it is possible to divert this self-absorbed delinquency to forms of illegality that are less dangerous, maintained by the pressure of controls on the fringes of society, reduced to precarious conditions of existence, lacking links with the population that would be able to sustain it. Delinquents inevitably fell back on a localized criminality, limited in its power to attract popular support, politically harmless and economically negligible. Now this concentrated, supervised, and disarmed illegality is directly useful. It may be useful in relation to other illegalities, isolated from them, turned inwards upon its own internal organization, dedicated to a violent criminality, of which the poorer classes are often the first victims, hemmed in on every side by the police, exposed to long prison sentences, followed by a permanently specialized life. Delinquency, This alien, dangerous, and often hostile world obstructs or at least maintains at a sufficiently low level everyday illegal practices. It prevents them from leading to broader, more obvious forms, rather as though the exemplary effect once expected of the spectacle of the scaffold was now sought not so much in the rigor of the punishments, as in the visible, branded existence of delinquency itself. While differentiating itself from other popular illegalities, delinquency serves to keep them in check. But delinquency has other direct uses. The example of colonization comes to mind. Yet it is not the most convincing example. Indeed, although the deportation of criminals was demanded on several occasions under the Restoration, either by the Chamber of Deputies or by the General Councils, this was essentially in order to lighten the financial burdens imposed by the whole apparatus of detention, and, despite all the projects that were drawn up under the July monarchy for delinquents, undisciplined soldiers, prostitutes and orphans to take part in the colonization of Algeria. That colony was formally excluded, by the law of 1854, from becoming one of the overseas penal colonies. In fact, deportation to Guyana or later to New Caledonia had no real economic importance, despite the obligation imposed on the convicts to remain in the colony where they had served their sentence for a number of years equal to their time of detention. 14 In fact, the use of delinquency as a milieu that was both separate and manipulable took place above all on the fringes of legality, that is to say, a sort of subordinate illegality was also set up in the 19th century whose organization as delinquency, with all the surveillance that this implies, provided a guarantee of docility. Delinquency, controlled illegality, is an agent for the illegality of the dominant groups. The setting up of prostitution networks in the 19th century is characteristic in this respect. 15 Police checks and checks on the prostitutes' health, their regular stay in prison, the large-scale organization of the maisons closes, or brothels, the strict hierarchy that was maintained in the prostitution milieu, its control by delinquent informers, all this made it possible to canalize and to recover by a whole series of intermediaries the enormous profits from a sexual pleasure that an ever more insistent everyday moralization condemned to semi-clandestinity and naturally made expensive, in setting up a price for pleasure, in creating a profit from repressed sexuality and in collecting this profit. The delinquent milieu was in complicity with a self-interested puritanism, an illicit fiscal agent operating over illegal practices. 16 Arms trafficking, the illegal sale of alcohol in prohibition countries, or more recently drug trafficking show a similar functioning of this useful delinquency. The existence of a legal prohibition creates around it a field of illegal practices, which one manages to supervise, while extracting from it an illicit profit through elements, themselves illegal, but rendered manipulable by their organization in delinquency. This organization is an instrument for administering and exploiting illegalities. It is also an instrument for the illegality with which the very exercise of power surrounds itself. The political use of delinquents, as informers and agents provocateurs, was a fact well before the 19th century. 17 But, after the Revolution, this practice acquired quite different dimensions: the infiltration of political parties and workers' associations, the recruitment of thugs against strikers and rioters, the organization of a sub-police, working directly with the legal police and capable if necessary of becoming a sort of parallel army, a whole extra-legal functioning of power was partly assured by the mass of reserve labor constituted by the delinquents, a clandestine police force and standby army at the disposal of the state. It seems that, in France, it was around the Revolution of 1848 and Louis Napoleon's seizure of power that these practices reached their height. Delinquency, solidified by a penal system centered upon the prison, thus represents a diversion of illegality for the illicit circuits of profit and power of the dominant class. The organization of an isolated illegality, enclosed in delinquency, would not have been possible without the development of police supervision. General surveillance of the population, silent, mysterious, unperceived vigilance, it is the eye of the government ceaselessly open and watching without distinction over all citizens, yet without subjecting them to any measure of coercion whatever. It does not need to be written into the law. Surveillance of individuals, envisaged by the Code of 1810, of ex-convicts and of all those who, having appeared before the courts on serious charges, were legally presumed to represent a new threat to the peace of society. But surveillance, too, of milieu and groups regarded as dangerous by informers, almost all of whom were former delinquents, supervised as such by the police. Delinquency, an object among others of police surveillance, is also one of its privileged instruments. All these surveillances presuppose the organization of a hierarchy, partly official, partly secret. They also presuppose the setting up of a documentary system, the heart of which would be the location and identification of criminals, compulsory description of the criminal combined with arrest warrants issued by the assize courts, a description included in prison committal registers, copies of the registers of assize courts and courts of summary jurisdiction sent each month to the ministries of justice and of general police, the organization a little later at the Ministry of the Interior of a criminal records office with an alphabetical index containing summaries of these registers, the use in about 1833, according to the method of naturalists, librarians, merchants, businessmen of a system of individual cards or reports, which facilitated the integration of new data and, at the same time, together with the name of the individual under investigation, all the information that might concern him. The appearance of the card index and the constitution of the human sciences are another invention that historians have taken little note of. Delinquency, with the secret agents that it procures, but also with the generalized policing that it authorizes, constitutes a means of perpetual surveillance of the population, an apparatus that makes it possible to supervise, through the delinquents themselves, the whole social field. Delinquency functions as a political observatory. In their turn, the statisticians and the sociologists have made use of it, long after the police. But this surveillance has been able to function only in conjunction with the prison. Because the prison facilitates the supervision of individuals when they are released, because it makes possible the recruiting of informers and multiplies mutual denunciations, because it brings offenders into contact with one another, it precipitates the organization of a delinquent milieu, closed in upon itself, but easily supervised, and all the results of non-rehabilitation make it all too easy for former prisoners to carry out the tasks assigned to them. Prison and police form a twin mechanism, together they assure in the whole field of illegalities the differentiation, isolation, and use of delinquency. In the illegalities, the police-prison system segments a manipulable delinquency. This delinquency, with its specificity, is a result of the system, but it also becomes a part and an instrument of it. So that one should speak of an ensemble whose three terms support one another and form a circuit that is never interrupted. Police surveillance provides the prison with offenders, which the prison transforms into delinquents, the targets and auxiliaries of police supervisions, which regularly send back a certain number of them to prison. There is no penal justice intended to prosecute all illegal practices which, to do so, would use the police as an auxiliary and prison as a punitive instrument, and not leave in its wake the unassimilable residue of delinquency. One should regard this justice as an instrument for the differential supervision of illegalities. In relation to this instrument, criminal justice plays the role of legal surety and principle of transmission. It is a relay in a general economy of illegalities, whose other elements are the police, the prison, and delinquency. Police encroachment on justice and the force of inertia that the carceral institution opposes to justice are not new, nor are they the result of a sclerosis or of a gradual shift in power. It is a structural feature that characterizes punitive mechanisms in modern societies. The magistrates can say what they like. Penal justice, with all its theatrical apparatus, is intended to respond to the daily demand of an apparatus of supervision half submerged in the darkness in which police and delinquency are brought together. Judges are the scarcely resisting employees of this apparatus. 18 They assist as far as they can in the constitution of delinquency, that is to say, in the differentiation of illegalities, in the supervision, colonization, and use of certain of these illegalities by the illegality of the dominant class. Two figures stand out as representative of this process, which developed in the first 30 or 40 years of the 19th century. First, there was Vidocq. He was a man of the old illegalities, a Gil Blas of the other end of the century, who soon took a turn for the worse, disturbances, adventures, swindlings, of which he was usually himself the victim, brawls and duels, successive enlistments and desertions, contacts with prostitution, gambling, pickpocketing, and soon large-scale brigandage. But the almost mythical importance that he assumed in the eyes of his contemporaries was based not on this, perhaps embellished past, it was not even based on the fact that, for the first time in history, a former inmate of a convict ship, redeemed or quite simply bought, became a chief of police, but rather on the fact that, in him, delinquency visibly assumed its ambiguous status as an object and instrument for a police apparatus that worked both against it and with it. Vidocq marks the moment when delinquency, detached from other illegalities, was invested by power and turned inside out. It was then that the direct, institutional coupling of police and delinquency took place, the disturbing moment when criminality became one of the mechanisms of power. A figure had haunted earlier times, that of the monstrous king, the source of all justice and yet besmirched with crime. Another fear now appeared, that of some dark, secret understanding between those who enforced the law and those who violated it. The Shakespearean age when sovereignty confronted abomination in a single character had gone, the everyday melodrama of police power and of the complicities that crime formed with power was soon to begin. Opposite Vidocq stood his contemporary, Lacenaire. His presence, assured forever in the paradise of the aesthetes of crime, is surprising enough. Despite all his goodwill, his neophyte zeal, he was only able to commit, and even then with a singular lack of skill, no more than a few minor crimes. He was so strongly suspected of being a police spy that the administration had to protect him against his fellow prisoners, who tried to kill him, and it was the fashionable society of Louis Philippe's Paris that gave him, before his execution, a feast beside which many a later literary resurrection has been little more than academic homage. His fame owed nothing either to the extent of his crimes or to the art of their conception, it was their ineptitude that gave cause for surprise. But it did owe a great deal to the visible play, in what he did and what he said, between illegality and delinquency. Swindling, desertion, petty theft, imprisonment, the revival of friendships made in prison, mutual blackmail, recidivism, up to the last, failed attempt at murder. Lacenaire is the typical delinquent. But he brought with him, at least potentially, a horizon of illegalities that had, until quite recently, represented a threat. This ruined petty bourgeois, of good education, would, a generation earlier, have been a revolutionary, a Jacobin, a regicide. 19 Had he been a contemporary of Robespierre, his rejection of the law would have taken a directly political form. Born in 1800, at more or less the same time as Stendhal's Julian Sorel, his character bears the trace of these possibilities, but they took the form of theft, murder, and denunciation. All these potentialities became a delinquency of no great moment. In this sense, Lacenaire is a reassuring character. And if these potentialities reappear, it is in what he says about the theory of crime. At the moment of his death, Lacenaire manifested the triumph of delinquency over illegality, or rather the figure of an illegality, on the one hand, dragged down into delinquency, and, on the other, displaced towards an aesthetics of crime, that is to say, towards an art of the privileged classes. There is a symmetry between Lacenaire and Vidocq, who in the same period, made it possible to turn delinquency in upon itself by constituting it as an enclosed, observable milieu and by displacing towards police techniques a whole delinquent practice that was becoming the licit illegality of power. That the Parisian bourgeoisie should have feasted Lacenaire, that his cell should have been open to famous visitors, that he should have been showered with praise during the last days of his life, he whose death his plebeian fellow prisoners had demanded before his judges had done so, he who had done everything, in court, to bring his accomplice François to the scaffold. There was a reason for all this, what was being celebrated was the symbolic figure of an illegality kept within the bounds of delinquency and transformed into discourse, that is to say, made doubly inoffensive. The bourgeoisie had invented for itself a new pleasure, which it has still far from outgrown. It should not be forgotten that Lacenaires' celebrated death succeeded in muffling the echoes of Fiesque's attempt on the life of Louis Philippe. Fiesque, one of the most recent of the regicides, represented the converse figure of a petty criminality leading to political violence. Nor should we forget that it took place a few months before the departure of the last chain gang and the scandalous demonstrations that accompanied it. These two festivals overlapped in history, and, indeed, François, Lacenaires' accomplice, was one of the best-known characters in the chain gang of 19 July. 20 The one extended the ancient rituals of the public execution at the risk of reactivating popular illegalities around the criminals. It was to be prohibited, for the criminal was no longer to occupy any other space than that appropriate to delinquency. The other inaugurated the theoretical play of an illegality of the privileged, or rather it marked the moment when the political and economic illegalities actually practiced by the bourgeoisie were to be duplicated in theoretical and aesthetic representation, the metaphysics of crime, a term often associated with Lacenaire. The French translation of De Quincey's Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts was published in 1849. This production of delinquency and its investment by the penal apparatus must be taken for what they are, not results acquired once and for all, but tactics that shift according to how closely they reach their target. The split between delinquency and other illegalities, the way in which it is turned back upon them, its colonization by the dominant illegality, these all appear clearly in the way in which the police-prison system functions, yet they have always met with resistance, they have given rise to struggles and provoked reaction. Erecting the barrier to separate delinquents from all the lower strata of the population from which they sprang and with which they remained linked has been a difficult task, especially no doubt in urban milieu. 21 It has been a long and arduous undertaking. It has involved the use of the general principles of the moralization of the poorer classes that elsewhere has had such crucial importance both from an economic and a political point of view. More specific methods were used to maintain the hostility of the poorer classes to delinquents. There has been a systematic confusion between offenses against common law and those offenses against the severe legislation concerning the levirate, strikes, coalitions, associations 22 for which the workers demanded political status. Workers' action was regularly accused of being animated, if not manipulated, by mere criminals. Verdicts were often more severe against workers than against thieves. The two categories of convict were mixed in the prisons and preferential treatment given to common law offenders, while convicted journalists and politicians usually enjoyed the right to separate treatment. In short, a whole tactic of confusion aimed at maintaining a permanent state of conflict. To this was added a patient attempt to impose a highly specific grid on the common perception of delinquents, to present them as close by, everywhere present and everywhere to be feared. This was the function of the fate divers, which invaded a part of the press and which began to have its own newspapers. 23 The criminal fate divers, by its everyday redundancy, makes acceptable the system of judicial and police supervisions that partition society. It recounts from day to day a sort of internal battle against the faceless enemy. In this war, it constitutes the daily bulletin of alarm or victory. The crime novel, which began to develop in the broadsheet and in mass circulation literature, assumed an apparently opposite role. Above all, its function was to show that the delinquent belonged to an entirely different world, unrelated to familiar, everyday life. This strangeness was first that of the lower depths of society, then that of madness and lastly that of crime in high society. The combination of the fate divers and the detective novel has produced for the last 100 years or more an enormous mass of crime stories in which delinquency appears both as very close and quite alien, a perpetual threat to everyday life, but extremely distant in its origin and motives, both everyday and exotic in the milieu in which it takes place. Through the importance attributed to it and the surfeit of discourse surrounding it, a line is traced round it which, while exalting it, sets it apart. In such a formidable delinquency, coming from so alien a clime, what illegality could recognize itself. This multiple tactic had its effect. This is proved by the campaign of the workers' newspapers against penal labor, 24 against the comfort of the prisons and for giving prisoners the hardest and most dangerous work, against the excessive interest shown by philanthropists in the delinquents, against the literature that exalts crime, 25. It is also proved by the general mistrust felt throughout the workers' movement for former common law convicts. At the dawn of the 20th century, writes Michel, surrounded by contempt, the highest of walls, the prison finally closed in on an unpopular people. Yet it certainly cannot be said that this tactic triumphed or that it brought about a total break between the delinquents and the lower classes. The relations between the poorer classes and illegality, the reciprocal position of the proletariat and the urban plebs has yet to be studied. But one thing is certain, delinquency and repression were regarded, in the workers' movements of the years 1830 to 50, as an important issue. There was no doubt hostility towards the delinquents, but it was a battle around penalty. The workers' newspapers often proposed a political analysis of criminality that contradicted term by term the description familiar to the philanthropists. They assigned the origin of delinquency not to the individual criminal, but to society. The man who kills you is not free not to kill you. It is society or, to be more precise, bad social organization that is responsible. This is so either because society is incapable of providing its fundamental needs, or because it destroys or effaces in him possibilities, aspirations, or needs that later emerge in crime, bad education, unused aptitudes and forces, the intelligence and the heart crushed by forced labor at too tender an age. But this criminality of need or of repression masks, by the attention paid to it and the disapprobation surrounding it, another criminality that is sometimes its cause and always its extension. This is the delinquency from above, a scandalous example, the source of misery and the principle of revolt for the poor. While misery strews your streets with corpses, and fills your prisons with thieves and murderers, where are the swindlers of the fashionable world? The most corrupting examples, the most revolting cynicism, the most shameless robbery. Are you not afraid that the poor man put into the dock for snatching a piece of bread from a baker's stall will not, one day, become so enraged that stone by stone he will demolish the stock exchange, a wild den where the treasure of the state and the fortune of families are stolen with impunity? But this delinquency of wealth is tolerated by the laws, and, when it does find its way into the courts, it can depend upon the indulgence of the judges and the discretion of the press. 26 Hence the idea that criminal trials may become the occasion for a political debate, that advantage should be taken of controversial trials or proceedings instituted against workers to denounce the general functioning of penal justice. The courts are no longer as they once were a place for the exhibition of the miseries and wounds of the time, a kind of branding in which the sad victims of our social disorder are displayed side by side. It is an arena that echoes with the cry of combatants. Hence, too, the idea that political prisoners, since they have, like delinquents, a direct experience of the penal system, but, unlike them, are in a position to be heard, have a duty to be the spokesman of all prisoners. It is their task to enlighten the good bourgeois of France, who has never known the penalties inflicted through the pompous indictments of a public prosecutor. In this reappraisal of penal justice and of the frontier that it carefully traces around delinquency, the tactic of what might be called the counterfeit divers is characteristic. What the workers' newspapers do is to reverse the use that was made of crimes or trials in the newspapers which, like the Gazette des Tribunaux, gorge themselves with blood, feed on prison and provide a daily repertoire of melodrama. The counterfeit divers systematically stresses the facts of delinquency in the bourgeoisie, showing that it is the class affected by physical degeneration and moral decay. For the accounts of crimes committed by ordinary people it substitutes descriptions of the misery into which their exploiters plunge them and who, literally, starve and murder them. 27 It points out in the criminal trials of workers what share of responsibility must be attributed to the employers and to society as a whole. In short, a whole effort was being made to reverse this monotonous discourse on crime, which sought both to isolate it as a monstrosity and to depict it as the work of the poorest class. In the course of this anti-penal polemic, the Fourierists no doubt went further than any of the others. They were perhaps the first to elaborate a political theory which, at the same time, places a positive value on crime. Although, in their view, crime is a result of civilization, it is also, and by that very fact, a weapon against it. It bears within it a figure and a future. The social order dominated by the fatality of its repressive principle continues to kill through the executioner or through the prisons those whose natural robustness rejects or disdains its prescriptions, those who, too strong to remain enclosed within its tight swaddling clothes, break from them and tear them to pieces, men who do not wish to remain children. There is not, therefore, a criminal nature, but a play of forces which, according to the class to which individuals belong, 28 will lead them to power or to prison. If born poor, today's magistrates would no doubt be in the convict ships, and the convicts, if they had been well born, would be presiding in the courts and dispensing justice. At bottom, the existence of crime manifests a fortunate irrepressibility of human nature. It should be seen not so much as a weakness or a disease, as an energy that is reviving, an outburst of protest in the name of human individuality, which no doubt accounts for its strange power of fascination. Without crime, which awakens in us a mass of torpid feelings and half-distinguished passions, we would remain still longer in disorder, in weakness. It may be, therefore, that crime constitutes a political instrument that could prove as precious for the liberation of our society as it has been for the emancipation of the Negroes. Indeed, will such an emancipation take place without it? Poison, fire-raising and sometimes even revolt are evidence of the terrible miseries of the social condition. And what of the prisoners, the most unfortunate and most oppressed part of mankind? La Phalange sometimes shared the contemporary aesthetic of crime, but in a very different cause. Hence a use of fate divers that was intended not only to turn the reproach of immorality back upon the adversary, but to reveal the play of opposing forces. La Phalange analyses penal affairs as a confrontation coded by civilization, the great crimes not as monstrosities, but as the fatal return and revolt of what is repressed. 29 The minor illegalities not as the necessary margins of society, but as a rumbling from the midst of the battlefield. After Vidocq and Lacenaire, a third character must be introduced. He made only a short appearance. His notoriety lasted hardly more than a day. He was merely the passing figure of minor illegalities, a child of 13, without home or family, charged with vagabondage and whom a 2-year sentence had no doubt long placed in the circuits of delinquency. He would certainly have passed without trace, had he not opposed to the discourse of the law that made him delinquent the discourse of an illegality that remained resistant to these coercions and which revealed indiscipline in a systematically ambiguous manner as the disordered order of society and as the affirmation of inalienable rights. All the illegalities that the court defined as offenses the accused reformulated as the affirmation of a living force, the lack of a home as vagabondage, the lack of a master as independence, the lack of work as freedom, the lack of a timetable as the fullness of days and nights. This confrontation of illegality with the discipline penally delinquency system was perceived by contemporaries, or rather by the journalist who happened to be there, as the comic effect of the criminal law at grips with the petty details of indiscipline. And it was true, the affair itself and the verdict that followed represented the heart of the problem of legal punishment in the 19th century. The irony with which the judge tried to envelop indiscipline in the majesty of the law and the insolence with which the accused reinscribed indiscipline among the fundamental rights represent for penally an exemplary scene. This, no doubt, is the value of the account published in the Gazette des Tribunaux for August 1840, the judge: "One must sleep at home. Bis, have I got a home? You live in perpetual vagabondage. I work to earn my living. What is your station in life?" "My station, to begin with, I'm 36 at least, I don't work for anybody. I've worked for myself for a long time now. I have my day station and my night station. In the day, for instance, I hand out leaflets free of charge to all the passers-by, I run after the stagecoaches when they arrive and carry luggage for the passengers, I turn cartwheels on the Avenue de Neuilly, at night there are the shows, I open coach doors, I sell pass-out tickets, I've plenty to do. It would be better for you to be put into a good house as an apprentice and learn a trade. Oh, a good house, an apprenticeship, it's too much trouble. And anyway the bourgeois, always grumbling, no freedom. Does not your father wish to reclaim you? Haven't got no father. And your mother? No mother neither, no parents, no friends, free and independent. Hearing his sentence of 2 years in a reformatory, Bies pulled an ugly face, then, recovering his good humor, remarked, 2 years, that's never more than 24 months. Let's be off, then. It was the scene that La Phalange took up. And the importance that the newspaper gave it, the extremely slow, careful analysis, shows that the Fourierists saw in such an everyday affair a play of fundamental forces. On the one hand, that of civilization, represented by the judge, living legality, the spirit and letter of the law. It had its own system of coercion, which seemed to be the code, but which in fact was discipline. There had to be a place, a location, a compulsory insertion. One sleeps at home, said the judge, because in fact, for him, everything must have a home, some dwelling, however magnificent or mean. His task is not to provide one, but to force every individual to live in one. Moreover, one must have a station in life, a recognizable identity, an individuality fixed once and for all. What is your station? This question is the simplest expression of the established order in society. Such vagabondage is repugnant to it, disturbs it. One must have a stable, continuous long-term station, thoughts of the future, of a secure future, in order to reassure it against all attacks. In short, one should have a master, be caught up and situated within a hierarchy. One exists only when fixed in definite relations of domination. Who do you work with? That is to say, since you are not a master, you must be a servant. Whatever your station, it is not a question of your satisfactoriness as an individual, it is a question of order to be maintained. Confronted with discipline on the face of the law, there is illegality, which puts itself forward as a right. It is indiscipline, rather than the criminal offense, that causes the rupture. An indiscipline of language, incorrect grammar and the tone of the replies indicate a violent split between the accused and society, which, through the judge, addresses him in correct terms. An indiscipline that is the indiscipline of native, immediate liberty. He is well aware that the apprentice, the worker is a slave and that slavery is sad. This liberty, this need of movement that possesses him, he is well aware that he would no longer enjoy it in a life of ordinary order. He prefers liberty. What does he care if others see it as disorder? It is liberty, that is to say, the most spontaneous development of his individuality, a wild development and, consequently, brutal and limited, but a natural, instinctive development. Indiscipline in family relations. It does not matter whether this lost child was abandoned or freed himself voluntarily, for he would have been unable to bear the slavery of education either at his parents or with strangers. And through all these minute disciplines it is ultimately civilization as a whole that is rejected and wildness that emerges. It is work, it is laziness, it is thoughtlessness, it is debauchery, it is everything except order. The difference in occupations and debauches aside, it is the life of the savage, living from day to day and with no tomorrow. No doubt the analyses of La Phalange cannot be regarded as representative of the discussions that took place in the workers' press at this time on crime and penalty. Nevertheless, they are situated in the context of this polemic. The lessons of La Phalange were not quite wasted. They found an echo when, in the second half of the 19th century, taking the penal apparatus as their point of attack, the anarchists posed the political problem of delinquency, when they thought to recognize in it the most militant rejection of the law, when they tried not so much to heroize the revolt of the delinquents as to disentangle delinquency from the bourgeois legality and illegality that had colonized it, when they wished to re-establish or constitute the political unity of popular illegalities. A series of uprisings in French prisons, between 1972 and 1974, in protest against living conditions. 3. The carceral. Were I to fix the date of completion of the carceral system, I would choose not 1810 and the Penal Code, nor even 1844, when the law laying down the principle of cellular internment was passed. I might not even choose 1838, when books on prison reform by Charles Lucas, Moreau Christophe, and Faucher were published. The date I would choose would be January 22, 1840, the date of the official opening of Mettray. Or better still, perhaps, that glorious day, unremarked and unrecorded, when a child in Mettray remarked as he lay dying, "What a pity I left the colony so soon." This marked the death of the first penitentiary saint. Many of the blessed no doubt went to join him, if the former inmates of the penal colonies are to be believed when, in singing the praises of the new punitive policies of the body, they remarked, "We preferred the blows, but the cell suits us better." Why Mettray? Because it is the disciplinary form at its most extreme, the model in which are concentrated all the coercive technologies of behavior. In it were to be found cloister, prison, school, regiment. The small, highly hierarchized groups, into which the inmates were divided, followed simultaneously 5 models, that of the family, that of the army, that of the workshop, with supervisors and foremen, who were responsible for the regularity of the work and for the apprenticeship of the younger inmates, that of the school, lastly, the judicial model, the entire parapenal institution, which is created in order not to be a prison, culminates in the cell, on the walls of which are written in black letters, "God sees you." This superimposition of different models makes it possible to indicate, in its specific features, the function of training. The chiefs and their deputies at Mettray had to be not exactly judges, or teachers, or foremen, or non-commissioned officers, or parents, but something of all these things in a quite specific mode of intervention. They were in a sense technicians of behavior, engineers of conduct, orthopedists of individuality. Their task was to produce bodies that were both docile and capable. They supervised the 9 or 10 working hours of every day, they directed the orderly movements of groups of inmates, physical exercises, military exercises, rising in the morning, going to bed at night, walks to the accompaniment of bugle and whistle. They taught gymnastics, they checked cleanliness, supervised bathing. Training was accompanied by permanent observation. A body of knowledge was being constantly built up from the everyday behavior of the inmates. It was organized as an instrument of perpetual assessment. On entering the colony, the child is subjected to a sort of interrogation as to his origins, the position of his family, the offense for which he was brought before the courts, and all the other offenses that make up his short and often very sad existence. This information is written down on a board on which everything concerning each inmate is noted in turn, his stay at the colony and the place to which he is sent when he leaves. The modeling of the body produces a knowledge of the individual, the apprenticeship of the techniques induces modes of behavior, and the acquisition of skills is inextricably linked with the establishment of power relations. Strong, skilled agricultural workers are produced, in this very work, provided it is technically supervised. Submissive subjects are produced and a dependable body of knowledge built up about them. This disciplinary technique exercised upon the body had a double effect, a soul to be known and a subjection to be maintained. One result vindicated this work of training. In 1848, at a moment when the fever of revolution fired the imagination of all, when the schools at Angers, La Flèche, Alfort, even the boarding schools, rose up in rebellion, the inmates of Mettray were calmer than ever. Where Mettray was especially exemplary was in the specificity that it recognized in this operation of training. It was related to other forms of supervision, on which it was based: medicine, general education, religious direction. But it cannot not be identified absolutely with them. Nor with administration in the strict sense. Heads or deputy heads of families, monitors and foremen, had to live in close proximity to the inmates. Their clothes were almost as humble as those of the inmates themselves. They practically never left their side, observing them day and night. they constituted among them a network of permanent observation. And, in order to train them themselves, a specialized school had been organized in the colony. The essential element of its program was to subject the future cotters to the same apprenticeships and to the same coercions as the inmates themselves. They were subjected as pupils to the discipline that, later, as instructors, they would themselves impose. They were taught the art of power relations. It was the first training college in pure discipline. The penitentiary was not simply a project that sought its justification in humanity or its foundations in a science, but a technique that was learned, transmitted, and which obeyed general norms. The practice that normalized by compulsion the conduct of the undisciplined or dangerous could, in turn, by technical elaboration and rational reflection, be normalized. The disciplinary technique became a discipline which also had its school. It so happens that historians of the human sciences date the birth of scientific psychology at this time. During these same years, it seems, Weber was manipulating his little compass for the measurement of sensations. What took place at Mettray was obviously of a quite different order. It was the emergence, or rather the institutional specification, the baptism as it were, of a new type of supervision, both knowledge and power, over individuals who resisted disciplinary normalization. And yet, in the formation and growth of psychology, the appearance of these professionals of discipline, normality, and subjection surely marks the beginning of a new stage. It will be said that the quantitative assessment of sensorial responses could at least derive authority from the prestige of the emerging science of physiology, and that for this alone it deserves to feature in the history of the sciences. But the supervision of normality was firmly encased in a medicine or a psychiatry that provided it with a sort of scientificity. It was supported by a judicial apparatus which, directly or indirectly, gave it legal justification. Thus, in the shelter of these two considerable protectors, and, indeed, acting as a link between them, or a place of exchange, a carefully worked out technique for the supervision of norms has continued to develop right up to the present day. The specific, institutional supports of these methods have proliferated since the founding of the small school at Mettray. Their apparatuses have increased in quantity and scope, their auxiliary services have increased, with hospitals, schools, public administrations and private enterprises. Their agents have proliferated in number, in power, in technical qualification. The technicians of indiscipline have founded a family. In the normalization of the power of normalization, in the arrangement of a power knowledge over individuals, Mettray and its school marked a new era. But why choose this moment as the point of emergence of the formation of an art of punishing that is still more or less our own? Precisely because this choice is somewhat unjust. Because it situates the end of the process in the lower reaches of criminal law. Because Mettray was a prison, but not entirely, a prison in that it contained young delinquents condemned by the courts, and yet something else, too, because it also contained minors who had been charged, but acquitted under Article 66 of the Code, and boarders held, as in the 18th century, as an alternative to paternal correction. Mettray, a punitive model, is at the limit of strict penalty. It was the most famous of a whole series of institutions which, well beyond the frontiers of criminal law, constituted what one might call the carceral archipelago. Yet the general principles, the great codes and subsequent legislation were quite clear on the matter: no imprisonment outside the law, no detention that had not been decided by a qualified judicial institution, no more of those arbitrary and yet widespread confinements. Yet the very principle of extra-penal incarceration was in fact never abandoned. And, if the apparatus of the great classical form of confinement was partly dismantled, it was very soon reactivated, rearranged, developed in certain directions. But what is still more important is that it was homogenized, through the mediation of the prison, on the one hand with legal punishments and, on the other, with disciplinary mechanisms. The frontiers between confinement, judicial punishment, and institutions of discipline, which were already blurred in the classical age, tended to disappear and to constitute a great carceral continuum that diffused penitentiary techniques into the most innocent disciplines, transmitting disciplinary norms into the very heart of the penal system and placing over the slightest illegality, the smallest irregularity, deviation, or anomaly, the threat of delinquency. A subtle, graduated carceral net, with compact institutions, but also separate and diffused methods, assumed responsibility for the arbitrary, widespread, badly integrated confinement of the classical age. I shall not attempt here to reconstitute the whole network that formed first the immediate surroundings of the prison, then spread farther and farther outwards. However, a few references and dates should give some idea of the breadth and precocity of the phenomenon. There were agricultural sections in the Maisons Centrales, there were colonies for poor, abandoned vagrant children, there were almshouses for young female offenders who recoiled before the idea of entering a life of disorder, for poor innocent girls whose mother's immorality has exposed to precocious perversity, or for poor girls found on the doorsteps of hospitals and lodging houses. There were penal colonies envisaged by the law of 1850, minors, acquitted or condemned, were to be sent to these colonies and brought up in common, under strict discipline, and trained in agricultural work and in the principal industries related to it. Later, they were to be joined by minors sentenced to hard labor for life and vicious and insubordinate wards of the public assistance. And, moving still farther away from penally in the strict sense, the carceral circles widen and the form of the prison slowly diminishes and finally disappears altogether, the institutions for abandoned or indigent children, the orphanages, the establishments for apprentices, still farther away the factory convents, such as La Sauvagerie, Terrare, and Jujuriu. And then, still farther, there was a whole series of mechanisms that did not adopt the compact prison model, but used some of the carceral methods, charitable societies, moral improvement associations, organizations that handed out assistance and also practiced surveillance, workers' estates, and lodging houses, the most primitive of which still bear the all too visible marks of the penitentiary system. Point 2. And, lastly, this great carceral network reaches all the disciplinary mechanisms that function throughout society. We have seen that, in penal justice, the prison transformed the punitive procedure into a penitentiary technique. The carceral archipelago transported this technique from the penal institution to the entire social body, with several important results. 1. This vast mechanism established a slow, continuous, imperceptible gradation that made it possible to pass naturally from disorder to offense and back from a transgression of the law to a slight departure from a rule, an average, a demand, a norm. In the classical period, despite a certain common reference to offense in general, 3. The order of the crime, the order of sin and the order of bad conduct remained separate in so far as they related to separate criteria and authorities. Incarceration with its mechanisms of surveillance and punishment functioned, on the contrary, according to a principle of relative continuity. The continuity of the institutions themselves, which were linked to one another. A continuity of the punitive criteria and mechanisms, which on the basis of a mere deviation gradually strengthened the rules and increased the punishment. A continuous gradation of the established, specialized, and competent authorities which, without resort to arbitrariness, but strictly according to the regulations, by means of observation and assessment hierarchized, differentiated, judged, punished, and moved gradually from the correction of irregularities to the punishment of crime. The carceral with its many diffuse or compact forms, its institutions of supervision or constraint, of discreet surveillance and insistent coercion, assured the communication of punishments according to quality and quantity. It connected in series or disposed according to subtle divisions the minor and the serious penalties, the mild and the strict forms of treatment, bad marks and light sentences. You will end up in the convict ship, the slightest indiscipline seems to say, and the harshest of prisons says to the prisoners condemned to life, I shall note the slightest irregularity in your conduct. The generality of the punitive function that the 18th century sought in the ideological technique of representations and signs now had as its support the extension, the material framework, complex, dispersed, but coherent, of the various carceral mechanisms. As a result, a certain significant generality moved between the least irregularity and the greatest crime. It was no longer the offense, the attack on the common interest, it was the departure from the norm, the anomaly. It was this that haunted the school, the court, the asylum, or the prison. It generalized in the sphere of meaning the function that the carceral generalized in the sphere of tactics. Replacing the adversary of the sovereign, the social enemy was transformed into a deviant, who brought with him the multiple danger of disorder, crime, and madness. The carceral network linked, through innumerable relations, the too long, multiple series of the punitive and the abnormal. 2. The carceral, with its far-reaching networks, allows the recruitment of major delinquents. It organizes what might be called disciplinary careers in which, through various exclusions and rejections, a whole process is set in motion. In the classical period, there opened up in the confines or interstices of society the confused, tolerant and dangerous domain of the outlaw, or at least of that which eluded the direct hold of power, an uncertain space that was for criminality a training ground and a region of refuge. Their poverty, unemployment, pursued innocence, cunning, the struggle against the powerful, the refusal of obligations and laws, and organized crime all came together as chance and fortune would dictate. It was the domain of adventure that Gil Blas, Shepherd, or Mandrin, each in his own way, inhabited. Through the play of disciplinary differentiations and divisions, the 19th century constructed rigorous channels which, within the system, inculcated docility and produced delinquency by the same mechanisms. There was a sort of disciplinary training, continuous and compelling, that had something of the pedagogical curriculum and something of the professional network. Careers emerged from it, as secure, as predictable, as those of public life, assistance associations, residential apprenticeships, penal colonies, disciplinary battalions, prisons, hospitals, almshouses. These networks were already well mapped out at the beginning of the 19th century. Our benevolent establishments present an admirably coordinated whole by means of which the indigent does not remain a moment without help from the cradle to the grave. Follow the course of the unfortunate man, you will see him born among foundlings. From there he passes to the nursery, then to an orphanage. At the age of 6 he goes off to primary school and later to adult schools. If he cannot work, he is placed on the list of the charity offices of his district, and if he falls ill he may choose between 12 hospitals. Lastly, when the poor Parisian reaches the end of his career, 7 almshouses await his age, and often their salubrious regime has prolonged his useless days well beyond those of the rich man. The carceral network does not cast the unassimilable into a confused hell. There is no outside. It takes back with one hand what it seems to exclude with the other. It saves everything, including what it punishes. It is unwilling to waste even what it has decided to disqualify. In this panoptic society of which incarceration is the omnipresent armature, the delinquent is not outside the law, he is, from the very outset, in the law, at the very heart of the law, or at least in the midst of those mechanisms that transfer the individual imperceptibly from discipline to the law, from deviation to offense. Although it is true that prison punishes delinquency, delinquency is for the most part produced in and by an incarceration which, ultimately, prison perpetuates in its turn. The prison is merely the natural consequence, no more than a higher degree, of that hierarchy laid down step by step. The delinquent is an institutional product. It is no use being surprised, therefore, that in a considerable proportion of cases the biography of convicts passes through all these mechanisms and establishments, whose purpose, it is widely believed, is to lead away from prison. That one should find in them what one might call the index of an irrepressibly delinquent character. The prisoner condemned to hard labor was meticulously produced by a child who had spent in a reformatory, according to the lines of force of the generalized carceral system. Conversely, the lyricism of marginality may find inspiration in the image of the outlaw, the great social nomad, who prowls on the confines of a docile, frightened order. But it is not on the fringes of society and through successive exiles that criminality is born, but by means of ever more closely placed insertions, under ever more insistent surveillance, by an accumulation of disciplinary coercion. In short, the carceral archipelago assures, in the depths of the social body, the formation of delinquency on the basis of subtle illegalities, the overlapping of the latter by the former and the establishment of a specified criminality. 3. But perhaps the most important effect of the carceral system and of its extension well beyond legal imprisonment is that it succeeds in making the power to punish natural and legitimate, in lowering at least the threshold of tolerance to penally. It tends to efface what may be exorbitant in the exercise of punishment. It does this by playing the two registers in which it is deployed, the legal register of justice and the extra-legal register of discipline, against one another. In effect, the great continuity of the carceral system throughout the law and its sentences gives a sort of legal sanction to the disciplinary mechanisms, to the decisions and judgments that they enforce. Throughout this network, which comprises so many regional institutions, relatively autonomous and independent, is transmitted, with the prison form, the model of justice itself. The regulations of the disciplinary establishments may reproduce the law, the punishments imitate the verdicts and penalties, the surveillance repeat the police model, and, above all these multiple establishments, the prison, which in relation to them is a pure form, unadulterated and unmitigated, gives them a sort of official sanction. The carceral, with its long gradation stretching from the convictship or imprisonment with hard labor to diffuse, slight limitations, communicates a type of power that the law validates and that justice uses as its favorite weapon. How could the disciplines and the power that functions in them appear arbitrary, when they merely operate the mechanisms of justice itself, even with a view to mitigating their intensity? When, by generalizing its effects and transmitting it to every level, it makes it possible to avoid its full rigor. Carceral continuity and the fusion of the prison form make it possible to legalize, or in any case to legitimate disciplinary power, which thus avoids any element of excess or abuse it may entail. But, conversely, the carceral pyramid gives to the power to inflict legal punishment a context in which it appears to be free of all excess and all violence. In the subtle gradation of the apparatuses of discipline and of the successive embeddings that they involve, the prison does not at all represent the unleashing of a different kind of power, but simply an additional degree in the intensity of a mechanism that has continued to operate since the earliest forms of legal punishment. Between the latest institution of rehabilitation, where one is taken in order to avoid prison, and the prison where one is sent after a definable offense, the difference is scarcely perceptible. There is a strict economy that has the effect of rendering as discrete as possible the singular power to punish. There is nothing in it now that recalls the former excess of sovereign power when it revenged its authority on the tortured body of those about to be executed. Prison continues, on those who are entrusted to it, a work begun elsewhere, which the whole of society pursues on each individual through innumerable mechanisms of discipline. By means of a carceral continuum, the authority that sentences infiltrates all those other authorities that supervise, transform, correct, improve. It might even be said that nothing really distinguishes them any more except the singularly dangerous character of the delinquents, the gravity of their departures from normal behavior and the necessary solemnity of the ritual. But, in its function, the power to punish is not essentially different from that of curing or educating. It receives from them, and from their lesser, smaller task, a sanction from below, but one that is no less important for that, since it is the sanction of technique and rationality. The carceral naturalizes the legal power to punish, as it legalizes the technical power to discipline. In thus homogenizing them, effacing what may be violent in one and arbitrary in the other, attenuating the effects of revolt that they may both arouse, thus depriving excess in either of any purpose, circulating the same calculated, mechanical and discrete methods from one to the other, the carceral makes it possible to carry out that great economy of power whose formula the 18th century had sought, when the problem of the accumulation and useful administration of men first emerged. By operating at every level of the social body and by mingling ceaselessly the art of rectifying and the right to punish, the universality of the carceral lowers the level from which it becomes natural and acceptable to be punished. The question is often posed as to how, before and after the revolution, a new foundation was given to the right to punish. And no doubt the answer is to be found in the theory of the contract. But it is perhaps more important to ask the reverse question: how were people made to accept the power to punish, or quite simply, when punished, tolerate being so? The theory of the contract can only answer this question by the fiction of a juridical subject giving to others the power to exercise over him the right that he himself possesses over them. It is highly probable that the great carceral continuum, which provides a communication between the power of discipline and the power of the law, and extends without interruption from the smallest coercions to the longest penal detention, constituted the technical and real, immediately material counterpart of that chimerical granting of the right to punish. For with this new economy of power, the carceral system, which is its basic instrument, permitted the emergence of a new form of law, a mixture of legality and nature, prescription and constitution, the norm. This had a whole series of effects: the internal dislocation of the judicial power, or at least of its functioning, an increasing difficulty in judging, as if one were ashamed to pass sentence, a furious desire on the part of the judges to judge, assess, diagnose, recognize the normal and abnormal, and claim the honor of curing or rehabilitating. In view of this, it is useless to believe in the good or bad consciences of judges, or even of their unconscious. Their immense appetite for medicine, which is constantly manifested, from their appeal to psychiatric experts, to their attention to the chatter of criminology, expresses the major fact that the power they exercise has been denatured, that it is at a certain level governed by laws, that at another, more fundamental level it functions as a normative power. It is the economy of power that they exercise, and not that of their scruples or their humanism, that makes them pass therapeutic sentences and recommend rehabilitating periods of imprisonment. But, conversely, if the judges accept ever more reluctantly to condemn for the sake of condemning, the activity of judging has increased precisely to the extent that the normalizing power has spread. Borne along by the omnipresence of the mechanisms of discipline, basing itself on all the carceral apparatuses, it has become one of the major functions of our society. The judges of normality are present everywhere. We are in the society of the teacher judge, the doctor judge, the educator judge, the social worker judge. It is on them that the universal reign of the normative is based, and each individual, wherever he may find himself, subjects to it his body, his gestures, his behavior, his aptitudes, his achievements. The carceral network, in its compact or disseminated forms, with its systems of insertion, distribution, surveillance, observation, has been the greatest support, in modern society, of the normalizing power. 5. The carceral texture of society assures both the real capture of the body and its perpetual observation. It is, by its very nature, the apparatus of punishment that conforms most completely to the new economy of power, and the instrument for the formation of knowledge that this very economy needs. Its panoptic functioning enables it to play this double role. By virtue of its methods of fixing, dividing, recording, it has been one of the simplest, crudest, also most concrete, but perhaps most indispensable conditions for the development of this immense activity of examination that has objectified human behavior. If, after the age of inquisitorial justice, we have entered the age of examinatory justice, if, in an even more general way, the method of examination has been able to spread so widely throughout society, and to give rise in part to the sciences of man, one of the great instruments for this has been the multiplicity and close overlapping of the various mechanisms of incarceration. I am not saying that the human sciences emerged from the prison. But, if they have been able to be formed and to produce so many profound changes in the episteme, it is because they have been conveyed by a specific and new modality of power, a certain policy of the body, a certain way of rendering the group of men docile and useful. This policy required the involvement of definite relations of knowledge in relations of power. It called for a technique of overlapping subjection and objectification. It brought with it new procedures of individualization. The carceral network constituted one of the armatures of this power knowledge that has made the human sciences historically possible. Knowable man is the object effect of this analytical investment, of this domination observation. 6. This no doubt explains the extreme solidity of the prison, that slight invention that was nevertheless decried from the outset. If it had been no more than an instrument of rejection or repression in the service of a state apparatus, it would have been easier to alter its more overt forms or to find a more acceptable substitute for it. But, rooted as it was in mechanisms and strategies of power, it could meet any attempt to transform it with a great force of inertia. One fact is characteristic: when it is a question of altering the system of imprisonment, opposition does not come from the judicial institutions alone. Resistance is to be found not in the prison as penal sanction, but in the prison with all its determinations, links, and extrajudicial results, in the prison as the relay in a general network of disciplines and surveillances, in the prison as it functions in a panoptic regime. This does not mean that it cannot be altered, nor that it is once and for all indispensable to our kind of society. One may, on the contrary, cite the two processes which, in the very continuity of the processes that make the prison function, are capable of exercising considerable restraint on its use and of transforming its internal functioning. And no doubt these processes have already begun to a large degree. The first is that which reduces the utility of a delinquency accommodated as a specific illegality, locked up and supervised. Thus the growth of great national or international illegalities directly linked to the political and economic apparatuses makes it clear that the somewhat rustic and conspicuous workforce of delinquency is proving ineffective, or again, on a smaller scale, as soon as the economic levy on sexual pleasure is carried out more efficiently by the sale of contraceptives, or obliquely through publications, films, or shows, the archaic hierarchy of prostitution loses much of its former usefulness. The second process is the growth of the disciplinary networks, the multiplication of their exchanges with the penal apparatus, the ever more important powers that are given them, the ever more massive transference to them of judicial functions. Now, as medicine, psychology, education, public assistance, social work assume an ever greater share of the powers of supervision and assessment, the penal apparatus will be able, in turn, to become medicalized, psychologized, educationalized, and by the same token that turning point represented by the prison becomes less useful when, through the gap between its penitentiary discourse and its effect of consolidating delinquency, it articulates the penal power and the disciplinary power. In the midst of all these mechanisms of normalization, which are becoming ever more rigorous in their application, the specificity of the prison and its role as link are losing something of their purpose. If there is an overall political issue around the prison, it is not therefore whether it is to be corrective or not, whether the judges, the psychiatrists, or the sociologists are to exercise more power in it than the administrators or supervisors. It is not even whether we should have prison or something other than prison. At present, the problem lies rather in the steep rise in the use of these mechanisms of normalization and the wide-ranging powers which, through the proliferation of new disciplines, they bring with them. In 1836, a correspondent wrote to La Phalange, moralists, philosophers, legislators, flatterers of civilization, this is the plan of your Paris, neatly ordered and arranged. Here is the improved plan in which all like things are gathered together. At the center, and within a first enclosure, hospitals for all diseases, almshouses for all types of poverty, madhouses, prisons, convict prisons for men, women, and children. Around the first enclosure, barracks, courtrooms, police stations, houses for prison warders, scaffolds, houses for the executioner and his assistants. At the four corners, the Chamber of Deputies, the Chamber of Peers, the Institute and the Royal Palace. Outside, there are the various services that supply the central enclosure: commerce, with its swindlers and its bankruptcies, industry and its furious struggles, the press, with its sophisms, the gambling dens, prostitution, the people dying of hunger or wallowing in debauchery, always ready to lend an ear to the voice of the genius of revolutions, the heartless rich. Lastly, the ruthless war of all against all. I shall stop with this anonymous text. We are now far away from the country of tortures, dotted with wheels, gibbets, gallows, pillories. We are far, too, from that dream of the reformers, less than 50 years before, the city of punishments in which 1,000 small theaters would have provided an endless multicolored representation of justice, in which the punishments, meticulously produced on decorative scaffolds, would have constituted the permanent festival of the penal code. The carceral city, with its imaginary geopolitics, is governed by quite different principles. The extract from La Phalange reminds us of some of the more important ones, that at the center of the city, and as if to hold it in place, there is, not the center of power, not a network of forces, but a multiple network of diverse elements, walls, space, institution, rules, discourse, that the model of the carceral city is not, therefore, the body of the king, with the powers that emanate from it, nor the contractual meeting of wills from which a body that was both individual and collective was born, but a strategic distribution of elements of different natures and levels. That the prison is not the daughter of laws, codes, or the judicial apparatus, that it is not subordinated to the court and the docile or clumsy instrument of the sentences that it hands out and of the results that it would like to achieve, that it is the court that is external and subordinate to the prison. That in the central position that it occupies, it is not alone, but linked to a whole series of carceral mechanisms which seem distinct enough, since they are intended to alleviate pain, to cure, to comfort, but which all tend, like the prison, to exercise a power of normalization. That these mechanisms are applied not to transgressions against a central law, but to the apparatus of production, commerce and industry, to a whole multiplicity of illegalities, in all their diversity of nature and origin, their specific role in profit and the different ways in which they are dealt with by the punitive mechanisms. And that ultimately what presides over all these mechanisms is not the unitary functioning of an apparatus or an institution, but the necessity of combat and the rules of strategy. That, consequently, the notions of institutions of repression, rejection, exclusion, marginalization, are not adequate to describe, at the very center of the carceral city, the formation of the insidious leniencies, unavowable petty cruelties, small acts of cunning, calculated methods, techniques, sciences that permit the fabrication of the disciplinary individual. In this central and centralized humanity, the effect and instrument of complex power relations, bodies and forces subjected by multiple mechanisms of incarceration, objects for discourses that are in themselves elements for this strategy, we must hear the distant roar of battle. At this point I end a book that must serve as a historical background to various studies of the power of normalization and the formation of knowledge in modern society. Zevies, A.L., Damiens L. E. Regicide, 1937.